All right. What's up? It's your boy Peanut here. Back in the slamming Christmas stream. Right, let me just see. Well, I'm not playing Bleach, am I? So that's pretty bad, but I'm sure people might too much. sounds fine. That's fine. Yeah, it's been a bit of time, hasn't it? I can't remember the last time I streamed. I did stream yesterday. I had yesterday off, and I didn't stream Thursday because I went to the Christmas party at the office. So it's been a bit of time. I don't think there's been too many people complaining though, because who cares, right? Who gives a fuck? Mad stuff has been developing though. Oh, Christmas party was like it's just a standard sort of thing, wasn't it? They got so many pizzas in, but they did such a good job because they like I swear there was like barely any left over. They did such a good job. But I mean, there's an office full of loads of people. So you do understand that, like, actually, yeah, if you've got like an office, like those little pizzeria places can do really well. If they've got like, if you had like an office that did like Pizza Friday every week, you could get that make such a seriously big killing on like doing that. Because they bought like loads. I reckon there must have been about like 80 pizzas, I reckon. And they were from like, it was like Pizza Hut and like Papa John's. They had like vegan and everything like that. It was really good. And they just had like, essentially, I guess, like as much Prosecco as you could drink because there was Prosecco left over. And like the biggest thing about it was that so many people drove there because the office is like in a bit of an awkward place. So I was like one of the few people, because I live so close to the office, I just ran there. So I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna go in there, because like, it's so boring in the office. I was just like, it didn't start till like 12:30, and I was just like, so I was like, milling around till then, just trying to like, patch some light work. It got to like 12:30, and then that was when they were gonna do it. And then it was like, oh, what did they do? So, oh yeah. So then it was like, it's boss was just like, what time are you going to go back? And it was like a trick question. So it was like 5. And he was like, oh, I'll just go at 4:30. I was like, oh, I didn't even technically take lunch, but I wasn't going to be a dick and be like, oh, I haven't had lunch after I'd gone to that Christmas party. Yeah, look, see, like someone, even I've gone to this like effort of like I wouldn't say like what I'm doing is like anything like out of like any different from like Asmongold or Moist Critical, but for some reason someone joined the stream, heard me talking, just thought, I don't get this white guy, I don't get it. He's not Indian, he's not black, I don't like him. So it's just funny because like I've been doing this for so long, right? And I just think like I've never had like are genuinely consistent, and it is because there's such an anti-white bias going on. Like for example, most of the devoted fans are going to be like Muslims or like Indians, and they hate they hate straight white men. They use straight white men, so they'll like, as I said, we've done this before, but they'll like really fat, ugly, or like people who are like mentally unstable, because they're laughing at them. This is the problem. It's like the Indians are basically just picking like the worst of the white people, the straight white people, and then they're just kind of like laughing at how like disgusting they are and just like how degenerate they are. Or Indians are that degenerate. So like when they're picking up the worst of the white people, it's just like that's why they will end up being like like with that, your movie sucks. Like, he's like a zoo. He likes bestiality and stuff, and Indians love that. Probably a lot of Arab Muslims do as well. Probably Africans too as well. Or like they like those like Genshin Impact games, which are like very like lolly coded games, where it's like you're skirting that line, and it's again quite a large proportion of the world. A big religion likes that, and a massive landmass of people really likes that. In fact, I've basically worked out through. It has to kind of be anecdotal evidence, because you can't really rely on any like statistical evidence, because there's fallacies in that, which is people lie, and this is the thing that we just have to accept about data, is just that You can't always believe it because people just lie. Like, people just lie. Unless there's a way you're collecting that data, which is not like being on a what do you call it, voluntary basis, you just can't trust it. And what I mean by that is just like, for example, like if you go on like OnlyFans, like the biggest argument like Indian people use is they say like, actually look at the like hit rates for like the OnlyFans, and it'll show it. It shows something like 440 million minutes a month are spent in America on OnlyFans. So 440 million. So it's like, I'm not saying like obviously every single account, because it's not going to be like that, but just bear in mind there are only like, I think there's like 400 million people who live in the US. I'm not saying that because then you could be like, well, it's not like you go on there for a minute, is it? But I'm just trying to give you ideas to like think about that. And then it's just like, okay, then you've also got other caveats. So you've got, it doesn't even matter if they're from America, because the whole fucking problem we're having with identity crisis is that, well, it could be Indian people in the US anyway, or black people in the US, and then it's just, again, it's like, no one, especially if you're making like a porn thing, I don't think you're going to put like your right detail. I wouldn't. I'd definitely just put something like I'm black or something, and they'll definitely do it to like why, because they know that they want to try and ruin like the reputation. They know white people and Asian people are the only two races that have shame. Like, they don't have that. They just think it's like whatever. I don't understand it. That's why the Indians get really angry, because it's like ease at. So if you like shame them, they have to beat you no matter what. It doesn't matter if they're right. Even if they know you're right, they can't, because it's like they lose ease at school. That's why like Tyler Olivia got like death threats for like the Pooh Festival, because he was like dogging on the whole of India. So like all of India are part of that ESAT. So it was essentially every Indian's duty to like try to take him out, and that's why it doesn't work in the West. Yeah, it's just apparent because there's no merit, there's no vetting. People just famous because randos pick who it is. You just have to hope that you go out and you've got a wide enough net, and people will just say like, "Oh, your content's shit," and I would like, that's valid, but you can say that about any person, because it's all opinion based. That's what I'm saying. It's just no, so it's just like, what ends up becoming popular is because you've got like loads of Africans, like 1 billion Africans now, and probably most of them have got like internet now, just some form of like, and they've got nothing better to do with their day because they live in like Kenya, and they've just got like a mud hut, and they've just maybe got like, yeah, a phone, and they've probably got like Wi-Fi that's just been given to them for free because they're such a poor country, and that's all they do. They'll just like sit and just watch like some black streamer, because it will be, because they're not going to watch a white streamer, because that's they're very tribal, and that's the actual they have a huge racial, like, black people are like very narcissistic, like the most narcissistic race to their own, like they're very proud to be black, if that makes sense. And it's like, this is what's happened, is we've just sort of like been psyops that's like them being like proud of their African heritage, and it's like, no, they're just very narcissistic, and it's just true. Like, if you just like see how the judges will vote if it's like a black judge and versus the defendant, and what's the other one, but they're like they'll vote in favor, and the same with the jury as well. It's like becoming very apparent that people sort of probably under consensus that O.J. Simpson probably did murder his wife. It's probably quite likely, just because, again, it's showing this like limitation in because this is what they've learned. It's that if O.J. Simpson's trial had probably happened and he was in Africa, so I'm sorry to like describe it, but I'm saying if he was in a black country and he did that, and then he had a jury of 12 black people, he probably would have gone to prison. But because he's in a white country, and then they asked mostly like black Americans, they all voted for it because this is what the fallacy is. It's like when they're in like a white country, all minorities and then like the gay, like LGBTQI, or it's like all of I'll call it like we call it like the victim demographics. That's like what I just call them. All of the demographics have got some chip on their shoulder from something, racism, slavery, some bullshit. And it's like instead of them like wanting to contribute to this country, they just want to destroy it. They want to take it out. And they want to remove like it's probably just it remove people like me, straight white men, and replace them with like Indians and like black people. And then they'll get annoyed because all the white women will eventually then cease because obviously you can't make white kids with like an Indian guy and a white woman or a black guy and a white woman. So then they'll just like there'll be like a paradigm where they'll just eventually like they can't reproduce anymore because like, it will just end up like going back to unless they set up like breeding farms, they'll keep a few of us alive, and then they'll breed them of the women. And probably what will happen. I'm not trying to sound bad. It's like this is what we people like me are trying to do. We're trying to protect our women and trying to protect. But even me saying that about what do you mean, Matt? What do you mean your women? It's like, no, I'm trying to help you with your white women. I'm trying to help you. Why are you trying to say I can't be with black men and like Indian men and stuff? Like, what do you find Indian men attractive? No, but other people might. Okay, crazy. And then it's just like nuts as well because, well, I was going to put a video on. It's probably not. It might be a Nicholas Duo one just because like, it's just easy to get through it. But I'd almost wished I'd put the Ethan one on actually because maybe I will. Yeah, maybe I will actually. He's talking about like the James Charles situation that's going on. And it's just kind of like it is insane. It's insane like the level of covering up that's happening. And again, I cannot really put my finger on what the agenda is because is it just because like James Charles is just worth so much money that they can't they just cannot afford to like lose James Charles as like a client. But anyway, he's like been up to his old tricks again, and he's decided to like this time be inappropriate with a 14-year-old. See, look again. Like someone just joins, and they're like, "Fuck this! How dare he? He's wearing a Christmas outfit." I mean, like, I want to know the people they follow. I want to know. They want to just sort of sneak it. And this is what I've heard is like sometimes people feel awkward because they go onto like people's streams and then it's like they ask a question and then they're annoyed that like they're like the only ones there, so they just get stuck on the stream. So maybe it's that fallacy as well, where it's like if you had like 10 people, you would feel a bit like because I actually feel a bit like that. Like if there's someone I follow like starts a stream up, I don't want to go in there like right away because I just feel like it's a bit awkward. I don't want to like have too much like small talk. I'm just like just fucking get on with it, man. And that's fine. Yeah, he's been inappropriate again with kids, which just seems crazy. It just seems like there's just certain people who just can't, again, be trusted, but we don't care because like, I'm trying to think, like, why would he be being protected? Is it the money? Possibly. Is it just because there is just like this strange tolerance because the higher beings that are almost like being influenced by like a Sharia law, like Middle Eastern kind of like oligarchy, or what do they call it? The head guy from the I can't remember what they call it. the head guy for Sharia law. Um, and then they just don't see like crimes like that to be because it'd be like hypocritical, wouldn't it, if they like put the kibosh down on him? Because they'd be like, you get like Abdul from who'd be like a fan from like Afghanistan, for example. Well, I don't think they would because that's the thing I was thinking. Because James Charles is gay, so I don't think he's gonna have a lot of fans from like any Muslim countries, believe it or not. So it's like that probably isn't going to be the case, is it? So what his fans going to be like? Other gay people? So is there like some kind of like horrible like conspiracy that there are just like presumably they probably will be. Like the percentage for like gay men being pedophiles will probably be just as much as straight people. So I don't know again if it's just like that's the sort of thing it is. It's just like how you have guys who like to go after like girls who are very like young. There's just like a sort of type of gay man that's also into that. Um, but yeah, it's insane because the guy came out and you just think, well, so you get like Pokemon and stuff. Who's like believe all victims, but it's again, it doesn't work like that. It's only like believe all victims if it's a woman who's which is interesting because obviously he's gay, so he's not into the umbrella, but he's still like a white guy. So that's the other thing where I'm just very like, because I'm just unsure why it's not gaining any traction or anything serious is being done. Because I think like even to this day he's still like doing around the globe, and and that can be my only other theory is that he's just got like a very aggressive like PR team. Probably full of Indians to be fair, because they just do whatever. But anyway, and their job is just to like just censor anything that just comes out, and perhaps it just still hasn't quite broken mainstream. Because I've heard a few people talking about this, but now I think it's on Ethan's podcast. It probably will go quite viral because it's like it's just I don't think we're in a different time now. Um, I think like people are just getting really sick and tired of just like people messing with kids. It's just like there's just an absolute uh, pandemic of people who just seem to be like obsessed with child porn. It's disgusting. And it's like the other thing that like didn't really surprise me actually, but it was like a bit of a interesting thing to like I just randomly heard. But like I was just on X and like Alex Rosen, who's like the guy who does the child catchers. Um, he's like the guy who initially tried to catch EDP 445, which I'll be honest, like yeah, in hindsight, terribly executed. But he's learned from that, and he's still doing it. And it's like I think he is just doing it for the love of the game, and also doing a duty of care. But one thing he like randomly he just I was on X and I just noticed it was he like posted something that just said, "Oh, fun fact, like majority of the time, like vast majority of the time, where he says like he asks what race the because I noticed he kept saying that, and I was always like really confused. I was like, he always asks that, and I was wondering if it's because it is going to be like my first impression would be like it was like Muslim because they can obviously they can marry their like child brides really young, but then I was thinking, oh, but they don't actually do that because like firstly, corn is haram, but then I think pictures and videos are as well. So I don't think that they would do that. Um, But then, like, when I heard that, I was like, yeah, that does probably make sense. Or Pakistani, but again, they're Muslim. But with India, there's just nothing like that at all. So, yeah, I'm probably not surprised one bit. And also, well, you say that actually, but I think like in Afghanistan as well, and like Pakistan, they do like just openly have sex with like very young boys. And again, it's just like in usual they're not allowed to talk about it. I don't know why that is. I don't know if they just don't do that because they just are worried that if the general population knew about that, as in like the Western nations, that they will just ask for the whole place to be like firestormed to hell. Like, generally don't know if that's why, because it just seems very, very odd that they were just very, very it's like explicit orders from soldiers in the Iraq War who witnessed all this stuff. Because obviously it's not just well, sorry, and Afghanistan as well. And they witnessed that all like firsthand, and they were just told explicitly never to talk about it, and it just feels really weird. Because part of me would just think, well, surely that would have made the agenda much easier for them to have done if they were had a problem with like using weapons of mass destruction or some leverage to get oil. That would have probably been the time they could have just said, "Oh my God, look at this," and then they could have just like shown like some propaganda. Look, no, it wouldn't be propaganda, just like actual footage of the. I think they do like a ritual like on every like Thursday or something like that. They all like go in town centre and they just like yeah they do. It's just like R word like little like yeah I'm not. It is like yeah boys. And it's something like 90% of all Pakistani children have been like abused as children, and the cycle continues. So that's why like it's so prevalent over in those areas as well. It's just because generally, again, when Alex Rosen like asks, and it's just something I've noticed as well, is a lot of the people who become those people, it's because of something that's happened to them, and it's not trying to necessarily like paint them as a victim at all because we don't want the cycle to continue, but it's just another thing that just seems to be like, okay, we're starting to have to ask questions now because like people like me and my age, we're the ones who are going to be like taking their reins over because clearly this country's gone to fuck, and it's just there's people who just are not in our best interest. They're trying to like make things better for me at all. Like 90% of this planet would love it if I was gone. That's the thing. They don't realize it's like it literally is the orcs in Lord of the Rings. The orcs don't realize that once like I'm gone, or they destroy the Shire and all the other stuff, they'll just be like slaves to Sauron. It's not like they're gonna become like free citizens. And it's just like that's almost like what these other countries do. Is they're just angry and envious because either they're in their home countries and they're just annoyed because I think the biggest issue is because like we've exposed them to porn and because they've seen like white women porn and like probably Asians as well. Like they're not being turned on by their own women. So I think there's like a lot of these guys who are just kind of like growing up like very resentful because they just know that like if they live in Somalia there's like no white women, there's just like absolutely no like Asian women, and that's why like every time these people like spend the like 10,000 like a couple $1,000 or whatever to like come over here, like, they don't care if they even are with a white woman, they'll just be like they'll be so happy with that, even because then they're in prison as well, so they'll have like a lovely and they'll probably join Islam. It's just great, it's all fantastic, all works out, because then they'll like be, it'll probably be, well, it's Africa, isn't it? But they'll do it anyway. They'll just convert because this is like why the Crusaders went to like Africa and things. It's literally like I think we pulled up around the 1300th century or something like that, or 1100th century. Sorry, not 1100th, like 10th, 12th century or something, and then we like turned up, and then we were there, just so astonished at like how primitive it all was. Like already by that time we had sort of galleons and ships that were able to do international trading, and already had like pretty good uh, basic society and cities being built and using like fire and, well, they did use fire, but we're just sort of functioning and developing our tools. And obviously had metal, access to like metals as well. And it's like over there, it's just no like secondary, no like second story buildings. Because remember, this isn't like today Africa as well. This should have been like, yeah, like 800 years ago Africa. It's just the people there, I think, were still like very much doing like cannibalism and uh, just eating the babies. I'm not kidding. And just like it was just madness. There's just no. This is basically just like what this man would turn into, I suppose, if there's just no. Well, I don't know because it's like there's like discourse about like whether or not that is the case, because it's just like I don't know if we can. They just might not be able to. It's a sad reality we've come to, and they sort of been sprinkled in as at the start, I suppose, because when you had like the slave, it's like they've grown exponentially. They've become like 10% of the American population from like God knows how little. Um, And I think the problem people are noticing is that now when they're like in groups and there's like a majority of them, they are like not as scared to just do things. And this is what's happening with like these big riots, especially like Black Lives Matter and things. So it's just, I would argue we've had some more serious stuff that's happened to white people after George Floyd, but it's just nothing's happened because like white people are just a civilized race of people. And we can just kind of, you know, we don't have to act on like a heavy emotion. We are horrified by like what's happened to it, but we're trying to like think of like, it's a like a non-violent way of dealing with this. Can we just try and like discuss this and try and how to come up with like jurisdiction legislation that can prevent anything like that from happening again? Perhaps if someone just is like arrested for like, I don't know, 3 times, 4 or 5 times, you just automatically go to prison. There's no like if I have no but. It just doesn't seem to make any sense that they let these people out for no reason. It just seems to be on like do they get off on it? So I'm just trying to think from like, it's not even like a black lawyer most of the time. Usually it is a woman, but sometimes they're white. But I notice it's not always. It's never really like from what I understand, a straight white man. But I'm sure like that's not necessarily going to be the case. 'Cause I think I've seen like some straight white men lawyers still doing like, but because it's like they're very liberal is the problem. They just have some strange. It's like in their own head they are being racist because it's like they are excusing the Somalian or Afghanistan man because he's either too stupid to understand what he's doing, therefore he's like he's completely excused from all of his crimes and he's allowed back in society for some reason. And I don't know if it's just like they get some kind of like ego boost. They feel some like, sort of happiness from the family because like the Afghanistan's family is like starts crying and they're really like happy and they're like saying God bless you, Judge, and like maybe he feels like really good about that. And then he's like, as you see, like the white person's like lifestyle ruined because he just thinks, oh fuck, are you like white people? Because like your ancestors probably like, oh, do you see what I mean? It just becomes like ridiculous. So I don't think that any other place would do that. We just like, for some reason, immigrants were getting like better rights than the actual natives. My parents didn't have that, or my grandparents didn't have it. So why is this suddenly like now I'm given this like I'm given the great amazing power. Having a bunch of like Indians be really angry at you. Why are they always angry? Like, it's Christmas time. All the Indians want to watch is like people breaking stuff, stealing stuff, porn, poo. Black people just want to hear stuff about people looking stupid so they can laugh at them and feel better. Like, oh, that's what I mean. And this is why the internet is like such a dark place. It's not because of white people, it's just because there's like a large race of like proportion of this planet, probably like 60-70% are just like insecure, angry people. So you just get off and just like laughing at people and just like, you know, having like Boogie just freak out. That's funny. And it is in a way, but it's just like, it's the bigger picture. It's just like allowing this stuff to exist. Because really you just shouldn't. Once he got to that stage, he shouldn't have even been on before then. If I was the arbiter of the internet, I wouldn't have had a problem with him doing the lolcow stuff. But then as soon as he did the cancer thing, because this was before that, and this is what people keep, you need to get the timelines, but I think he's freaking out there because he got outed because he lied about his cancer thing. And I mean, that was great. Say what you want about Destiny at the moment, but again, we didn't. This was like when Destiny was sort of at his like on his peak at that point. And again, he was still with his like wife. He wasn't like out for being like some fucking crazy. Well, whatever. Like that whole podcast where he brings on Mutahar again. Say what you want about him. Because again, it's always ironic. The people who are like really suspicious. So, Mutahar and Destiny, on this occasion they were correct. But these are, I'm just saying, like, those two people are going to be like the sort of people who they'll never trust anyone very much. And the reason why is because they themselves probably use these sort of like lying techniques. That's why they are so suspicious, because they know the game. And it's like, I'm only saying that because now you know that this was again before we knew about Muta with the engineering thing. So, again, he did exactly the same thing as Boogie. So why was he so suspicious of Boogie? Because he knew, like, these are the sort of things I would do if I was going to lie. Just make, like, vague terms up. And it's the same with, like, people who, like, virtual signal too much. If someone has to sit here and tell you how good they are, they're probably not. How generous they are, they're probably not. How funny they are, probably not. How happy they are, probably not. I love helping children out. Usually end up being the ones who are like secretly doing really bad stuff. Oh, I'm the person who always does all their research and things. It's like, turns out they don't use AI or someone's writing the scripts for them. Especially a good test of that is just to ask someone, do you lie? Because if anyone says no to you, you just know they lie. The answer is yes, I do, but in general I don't. But I will lie just for if people like are just being bad faith, and I just know, like, or to wind people up, or white lies. I mean, like, you know, people who've got jobs, you do that all the time. You go into work and someone says, "How are you doing?" And you probably just think, "It's fucking annoying. I really don't like being here," but you're just gonna lie to them. So again, if you ever ask them, "Do you lie?" like Hassan, he'll tell you no, he doesn't, because he's got like that narcissistic, like inbred, probably like 80 IQ, like brain. where he thinks that if anyone show, because he's so insecure, because he knows he knows he is dumb. So he knows if any blemish that if someone reveals he's dumb, it really hurts him. Because he knows deep down he is an idiot. Smart people don't really have to worry about it, because it's very rare they're wrong. So it's for them, it's a novelty, and they learn something. And they don't care, because they just think that no one knows everything. But stupid people get really offended by it, because it's like they know secretly they are. So they do everything in their power to convince people they are. Because that's the other fallacy you've been taught. It's that stupid people are like Forrest Gump. They're not. They're really not. Again, generally, like the more stupid people are, the more like they lose their own cognitive function. They don't understand like consequences, and they will just generally be more sexually violent or physically violent. I mean, Forrest Gump is probably more like Down syndrome. But even they can be very violent sometimes. Again, that's always they always paint people with like Down syndrome out to be like angels. They're not. I've seen people with Down syndrome like freak out. Same with people with autism. Like you get really heavily autistic people who just can't talk, and they'll just freak out if like you move a pen or something. And that's what it's like. The white people there who are like in that state, they probably have got like an IQ of like 75 or something, and that's actually like higher than Somalians. So you have a bunch of Somalians who are just like you've been lied to that everyone like is worth the same. They're not. I'm sorry, like my ancestors probably did a lot more. And that's what they don't want to do. They don't want to like let straight white men know that they're actually like they're probably the most valuable race. We're the ones that have actually done shit. Like China, well, it's very big China. If we're just going to look at whole Europe before it got fucked as a whole. We're going to turn China into like, we'll compare Europe with China. But yeah, essentially the boomers have been lied to. The Indians were too easy to lie. The boomers were too convinced by like the lies the Indians told. And that's problem number 2. Like if I go and talk about that, I get branded racist. And surprisingly, 90% of the world will just disagree with me because they don't want to see me like white people succeed. All of them want like their own race to be the best. Yeah, it's like this is like the other question. If you're speaking with like an Indian, Japanese, African, doesn't matter. Ask them who would they want to be king of the world. That was a title. Just see what they say. Because if you don't say your own race, you're basically like a bit of a traitor, and you're probably being unfaithful. You're probably not being truthful. They might like try and like say like, well, whoever the cleverest is, then say probably an Asian person. But again, I just don't think that's going to be particularly like true. I'm I'm sure like if you know black people just randomly asked that in the hood with their black, they would all be like laughing, like, oh, black, if we had a brother as a president, the whole world would be amazing, man. Yeah, everyone can have lean. We have a basketball world. It'd be amazing, man. There'd be no white people telling me what to do. The whole planet would just go to shit in like about a month. Indian people would say the same. They'd be like, "Oh, all the top CEOs are Indian, so we could be president too, sir." And then again, what they'll do is they'll just like brutally just push out every other race because they use that and just like hire all like it just be all Indians, and they'll just like have laws which are literally just become caste system based with the Indians at the top. And then once all the white people were gone, the planet would just turn to India because it's just they would just replicate what the it's not going to change magically just because like cities are in place. No one will maintain them. No one will want to clean them because the caste system will be there, and all the white people will be like probably like just in prison or just ended because like they'll just have brutal taxes. They'll be really racist. But again, the white people will still be racist. It's just you'll learn very quickly that the Indians they just don't care. If you call them racist, they actually don't care. They know that white people care when they get called racist, but they actually don't care. They don't care when they get called racist. There's no such thing. There's no such thing to them. They just use it as a weapon against us. So no, they all like have like their own like WhatsApp group where they meet up at the mosque or whatever Hindu camp, and they all go, "Make sure you know how to report your neighbor. If your neighbor does anything bad, just say you're terrorized on the phone and that you're worried you might hurt yourself. Immediately, policemen will come to their house and arrest them. Make sure you do that. Tell everyone. Tell all your cousins." That's what happens, and then like so you're not like in a nice neighborhood where you just feel like if you're having a bad day or something, and maybe you had to like I don't know break into like your house because like you've left the key. I'm just using an extreme example. You might be alright, but now because we live in this society now, it's probably fair enough someone would call the police, but somehow the police would end up coming to yours, and you wouldn't even be able to explain your way out, and you just go to prison because yeah, like I said, like the Indian your neighbor would say like they would feel really intimidated for it. Or if like you like your new Indian neighbor comes round and you see him like fly tipping, and he's like putting it like a sofa against like in a ditch or something, and you're like you're having a reprimand, so you're just telling him off, and maybe because you're all angry at them, you don't call him a racist word, but you just call him like the F word or something. That'll be enough. They'll call up the police and they'll say, "Hi." Well, they'll leave the area so they won't get dumped with light tipping. So and then they'll lie because it's part of visa. And the police don't care. The police's job is not to judge. That's like actually the judge's job. So as far as the policeman cares, he'll just believe whatever the Indian person says because they're taught that that every citizen is good and true. And then they'll probably go to who's talking to me on this then? Oh. And then they'll go to they'll get the CCTV out, and then they'll find out who like the person is, and then this is the problem because of like the extent of like what the person's called up for, And because they've said like they feel like then they actually don't, and this is what they'll do. They'll just go home and they don't care. They'll just go home and they'll probably forget about it. Or they'll like love it. Their ESAT gets big. They'll one day the policeman calls up and says like what's happened. They'll play victim and they'll like love it. It's like their ESAT goes up because they know that they've probably put like a white person out of like you know, humiliated them. And the reason like it doesn't work on the Indians is because like most white people are they've got too much pride to do something like that. Like there'd be so much shame for white people to call up and make a lie up about trying to get like an Indian person put in prison, because there'd be too much shame if just, I don't know, your family found out, or it became viral or something. And anyway, for some reason, if that was the case, you'd probably find out that because of the two-tier policing anyway, that they wouldn't believe you. They'll just say, oh, it's because they're Indian, and because the police don't want to look racist. So they'll just say, like, oh, they'll make something. They'll be like I forgot what it's called. It's like the stupidity of doubt, or whatever they call it. It's like, they'll just be like, oh, because they're like, come from a second, third world country, they're just immune to the law. Because you're white, you should know better. And that's the thing. What a lot of these people don't seem to understand is they talk about like racism, but you know one of the easiest ways to get rid of racism? Just have every country just have their own race. Instead of getting angry at like locals who like being annoyed because they don't like immigrants, why don't you just not have any? I think the only people who care and really want them to be here, unfortunately, are going to be like the business owners who yeah, it's going to be like people who own the businesses and stuff who want them for slave labor. And they literally like know that these guys will do anything to work, and I'm talking like they will, yeah, work in the worst squalor conditions because it's all an improvement to them. So the whole point of it is just to lower like the lifestyle of the 10% of the world, just to improve it for the second and third worlders who are just, do you know what I mean? It's just bullshit. Anyway, let's see what video is. Oh, I mean, this could be funny, actually. So there's this guy who's called Better Bachelor, and he does like, I suppose, I don't think red pill culture is really that anymore. It's not like black pill culture, I think, because red pill was just a grift. Red pill was just like designed for playboys and rich people, and basically, I think like probably unattractive dudes, because the whole shtick is just to like looks max. I hate using that phrase, and just build your character and just have money, because it's like, and money was like the main thing. It was just sort of like exposing women to be like, and it's true because feminism has destroyed just women, and that's just the fact. So red pill was just kind of like, it was just very much like the way to not really fix feminism. It was just the way to play into it. And I think that was the biggest problem, is that it's just like how you get these people who they'll virtue signal about how great they are or how smart they are because they've managed to make a lot of money, and it might not even be, and usually it's not even going to be in like the most ethical way, because there's not actually many ethical ways you can become rich. Hang on, what was my point with that? I can't even remember. I just literally lost my point. Oh wait, yeah, sorry. But it's like they're not smart enough to accept that the problem. There's a problem with the system. There's a problem with like maybe like how people get money, and there's a problem with like feminism and how women are. They're not smart enough to be able to try and change that or want to change that. They're only smart enough to be aware that it is crooked, but I'm just going to play into it. And that's like the people I don't really respect because they're like, I'd say they're the people who are slightly above average IQ because like that's it. It's like they've peaked a little bit over the at the cheat at the answers of it, and they sort of are aware of like how to like be on top of that system. But like for me, I'm like, no, because you're not really then you're not trying to change it. You're just trying to like you're just feeding into it more of anything. You're basically just saying like, okay, we get that women just like want the top 5%. So instead of like let's try and like maybe put barriers around to like stop women from doing that, such as like maybe restricting social media for them, um, putting blocks on like what dating sites they can go on, stuff like things like that, which can really like bring back because a lot of the red pillers don't want that because secretly they want because a lot of them are playboys themselves and are like usually black or like Indian or so they don't like their own women so they want to they know that the MO is to like just sleep with as many white women as they can. That's the plan. And it's like it did come across as almost again being like they were because I'm like my biggest ones I think is like fresh and fit and it's like ugly African looking motherfucker, or both of them are actually. And they feel like the idea of like a psyops because I don't know if Fresh. I don't know if he's Muslim actually, but I know Myron is, and I think that's I don't know if that's why they split. But they are the biggest plants, and you can tell because I remember how I was telling you about the virtual signaling. He is the one who's always going on about like the Jewish people are like plants, blah 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 blah. No, I don't think they are because the difference between the Jewish people and Islam is I don't know if they are doing that, and because like they're just very obvious. Like a lot of the top CEOs are very obviously Jewish. They're not lying about it. I think it's the Muslims who are the ones who are having to like do the sneaky plant thing, and I think that's why they keep accusing everyone else of doing it because it's that thing. So if your girl's cheating on you, she will be the one who's going to keep asking to see your phone and things, and the reason why is because she's cheating on you. It's so obvious. It's like it's just human nature, isn't it? It's like it's like like if you've lowered yourself to do something like that then you probably have an opinion that everyone else has probably got they're doing that as well. Do you see what I mean? It's like very sort of you can't really see other people's view. And so you listen to his content, and it's just all very like women all whores, blah 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 blah. Um, you should just go and just like get laid with him as much as possible. And it's like that's your classic. Like if I was again big Islam, that's what I'd do. I'd want to hire loads of like agents like him and I'd say like, okay, I'll give you like a platform and money, and then I need you to go and just like sleep with as many women as you can. Make sure they're white as well, like Christian white women. Just sleep with as many as you can because you've got money. Just use it, go get a Ferrari, rent out a car, just go out there. And that's exactly what I do if I was like the Caliphate. I think that's what they call them of Islam. I'd do that. I'm sure they've got billions because they do all the oil. And they've got nothing they can do with it because a lot of the West don't want to do anything with them, so that's why they want to take over because they're aware that like us Christians don't really want to hang out and go to Saudi Arabia because we don't want to. We really don't like their laws. So they've said, "Fuck that." Then we're just going to turn everyone into Saudi Arabia, and then everyone will want to come to Saudi Arabia. It's ballsy, but um, maybe once they make those fuck dolls, it might be alright. I'm not even joking. Like, so I do generally think that just a lot, especially these Indians, they are coming here not so much for like the career. Well, they are, but it's also like the remittance as well. It's like they're just coming here and it's sending, and that's why everything's so expensive. For some reason, like people seem to not understand that. But yeah, if you just have like a country which is just being like sucked the money out of like a mosquito and they're just sending that back to like their own country, why do you not think that that's literally like the definition of why your like currency goes down? Because there's like less money in the country, which means like companies have to like raise the prices because there's like not maybe as many people buying their stuff. So to make up to keep their profits, that's what they do. So, cause they're not allowed to because they know if they like they turn up at the stockholders meeting, they're like, "Oh, why have we lost out?" And you say, "Oh, it's because obviously it's really expensive now." They go, "That's not good enough." So it's fired. Oh, it's COVID. Sorry, it's not good enough. Sorry, fired. You should have raised the price of the burgers up to like £9, which is like what did happen. So for example, I took a picture of it. I was like gobsmacked. I know they call it in America Axe body spray, but over here they call it Lynx, and they were selling like a can of Lynx, and it was like £7 or £8, which is like $13 just for a can of like Axe body spray. And I took a picture of it, and I cannot believe this. And I don't know, it must have been like probably because either we don't make it here, and we have to get, and it's just we might have saved ourselves from being doing Brexit. Because ironically, like we removed Brexit because of the foreigners, and this is the ironic punishment they're doing on us at the moment. They're going to fill us up with immigrants. Black man, anyone to give. Scientists discover cockroach milk is 4 times more nutritious than cow milk. How much milk can you get out of a cockroach? But yeah, it probably will. I mean, it probably is like a huge weirdness in a sense that I'm not trying to justify it at all, but like insects probably are like some kind of like insane food source, but our society's just grown out of it because we've just sort of seen them as being like dirty. But in a way, I suppose I don't have like, oh, it's hard. It's really difficult to sort of say, isn't it? Because there's like a video recently where it's like some Africans just like eating some sort of steak dinner, and then they just pour like all these bugs on them. I doubt it might have been AI, but it didn't look like it. But I generally do go through the comments because there's usually like someone there who's very good at identifying it. But anyway, it was just like, yeah, it's something very, especially like those big grubs as well, where they're just like, you're not even gonna probably eat it in one go, are you? You're just gonna have to like, but I mean, they are like the ultimate food source for like most animals. So if you think about like these grubs are like absolutely. Anytime I used to watch like any like documentaries of any animal, always the biggest treat would be like they found like a tree stump or something, and it was just full of like these massive grubs, and you see like a gorilla just like getting a stick and like rage because they all know it's like delicious whatever's in those things, like delicious goo, whatever's in those like giant grubs. It's like obviously some kind of like, lovely goo, which maybe it's like an egg. It's like a boiled egg. It's just like, and it's yeah, it'll be warm as well. Won't it? Get like a nice warm goo. Well, actually, no, they weren't. They're cold-blooded, aren't they? Yeah, cold-blooded goo. Or they find like a termite queen. They just like absolutely love that shit. It's like the best part. But it's basically just what's happened is we've like, effectively found out that a lot of like straight white guys, and I know, and I'm only saying this because I know this from like kind of me growing up. And I used to have like a lot of friends, and a lot of my friends, well, I only had like one like Indian friend, so I was in a group of probably like 10 just straight white men. I don't think anyone, yeah, all straight white men. I just think we all just never used social media. And I think one of those was, although I don't know, it was like two things of that. It was like, one thing is just like, because like our country's like pretty nice, I suppose. And I don't know, we just probably found other hobbies and stuff to do. We just didn't need it as so much. Do you see what I'm saying? It wasn't like we were so anyone none of us cared about how and it's just true anyway. Like we as even when I remember Facebook starting off already, I could kind of see like the the amount of attention girls were getting over guys. Because I remember like we'd make our Facebook accounts, and I think I remember like year 9 or year 10. And I remember there was like a couple of girls who would have like a couple of thousand friends, and I would like have none. I would like again have like about I just have like my close friends, like maybe like yeah 25, 30 people. And then just sometimes you just like see these girls that you knew and they just had like, and it's just again because you just back then it would have just been like all these like crazy like it would been a proper Wild West. You probably have all these like probably mostly only white people back then, and some of the really rich like Indians and like Saudi Arabian princes and stuff. Because that's why I feel again like everyone has like sort of fond memories of playing like Halo 3, Gears of War and stuff. Because again, it was like it was still a niche. It was still very like it was still very niche in like even just like in Europe. It just come out in America and Japan. So it was still very common for like countries, second world countries, third world countries to like get this stuff much, much, much after like the zeitgeist had already gone, whereas just like other games had come. And again, it was like India especially, just pretty much there was like little, very little interaction with it, with them even. And then I think it was like once YouTube started to get big, um, and then you had like people like the PewDiePie come big. And this is where I think it's interesting because PewDiePie, I would say, would be like the last big, like mainstream, like celebrity who probably did have predominantly like a white fan base who was like who made him the way he was because he was like a good-looking Swedish dude who had like good values, good morals, um, and he believed in just like a sort of traditional life where he wanted to have like he had a wife and he's got kids. And the only reason I say that is because he was the one who infamously had the fight with T-Series, and T-Series basically is like the Indian channel. So he was basically he became like the first person where it was like PewDiePie, the one person versus basically every person in India, because no white person or black person or Chinese person or anyone was going to be literally T-Series is just Bollywood music, and no one, I'm telling you, like no one, I don't know any white people. There might be like some insane woe or like yeah, someone like John Lennon when they went to fucking India and it's just all that shit, it's all the crappy like that all that stupid like hippie like Hindu music. Sergeant Pepper's, whatever. But I'm sorry, no one is watching it. They might watch it, like, again, ironically. And no one's, I don't think anyone's like, subscribing to it, really. Um, so that was basically showed you just how many Indians there were now on YouTube. Because it's up to like 300 or 400 million. So that's basically shows you just how many like live Indian accounts there are. 400 million. So then I would say like you've got like I'm gonna like start to be probably referring, and people will. There'll be like the waves of influencers. So you'll have like the OG influencers, I guess people like AVGN is a good example, I suppose, or uh, I guess Boogie's quite old. Do you see what I'm saying? Because then I'd say PewDiePie is not in that one. He's in the stage after that. 'Cause he revolutionized sort of like reaction streaming, I suppose. But he did gaming first, because gaming used to be very, very big, ironically. Yeah, but the stuff like this used to be really big. Like things like, again, like Markiplier, he'd probably be another one of those. He'd be in a PewDiePie's timeline, because I think they were like both competing. Um, and again, I would say Markiplier is probably mostly propped up by like white, good faith people, because he was again like a good looking guy. I don't think he was white. I don't want to go racist, but he looks like he's got like some Asian in him. But anyway, I'd say, but he's a good moral person, is what I'm saying. So now, let's just keep going. So it's like, oh, we got like, so I guess you got like iDubbbz. I mean, iDubbbz back then still was really good. That's the problem. He was pushing boundaries, but we're not allowed to really, because I could argue, like actually immigrants and people have caused them to become what he is now. Because that's the white guilt part, which they do. Like white people won't do that. And it's just like now. Let's see. I mean, I obviously there's a lot. There's going to be loads of people. I'm just talking like people I'm hearing about, because I'm not going to like push my nose into like the dirt and find like people who are just like coming up. There might be like some mega Chad, good-looking model guy who I don't know about. It's like got 7,000 views. I don't know him. I'm talking about like people who I'm kind of aware of, like really big, and like this new phrase. Because I suppose Asmongold has actually been around for like a while. But I feel like he's only become very, very big in like the last couple of years. 'Cause I feel like I don't know who he was like that long ago. He has, and I want to argue that again. It's like it will be like Indians who probably love him because he's like because if I was like the Harry Weinstein and I was having to vet people to be famous, or I own Twitch or whatever platform he uses. I would probably, if I was like being good faith to like white people, I probably would like try not to get him to be promoted as much, just because like I think like I don't really like his like ethos in life, where he's very dirty. He's kind of just showing what's his kind of grift. It's like, oh, you might be able to become like me if you're just really lucky and you just happen to like play World of Warcraft and some people just decide to prop you up as their like lord. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not like if you have someone like PewDiePie who's famous, you kind of look at him and you go, that makes sense, because you look at him, he's a really good looking guy. And then you think like, oh, what else is he doing? Oh, well, he wants a family. Oh, that's really nice. So actually, it's probably worth him having all this money then, because at least he's like working for it, and he's like probably needs to raise a family. Well, what's Asmongold doing? Or Charlie, like Moist Critical, like what's he doing? They're not just milling around. You might find they might have kids later on in life. But that's always easier said than done. I always like say I always want to see that before. Sorry, want to see that happen before I just assume it will. And it just doesn't feel, because like again the argument people are going to say is like, we like them because they're ordinary. Well, they're not celebrities then. You've literally just answered, like, proved my point. We made them famous because they were just like I related to them. Okay, I thought that was like the whole point. Is the whole point you like James Bond because you relate to James Bond? No, you like James Bond because he's fucking badass and he does like cool shit. See what I'm saying? This is just this like stupid like weak boy language that we've all been taught. That like more Pegasus is like it's okay for him to look like a little Indian guy, and he's like telling us how America should be because he's obsessed with not his own race. He doesn't care about Singapore history or Singaporean celebrities. No, he's just obsessed. Every day he wakes up, if he could become white, he would be so happy. His dream is probably there's probably not any white women in Singapore. Well, I think no, they're all Asian women. You can get some like cute because I used to have some people who worked in Singapore, but oh, you probably can. I think there are probably pockets of white people because Singapore's actually pretty multicultural. So fine, but whatever. But still, the point stands. The point stands. Just like, why am I listening to this? And it's because that's it. All these people, that's it. They just wake up. They don't want to accept the shit going on in their own crappy country. They just want to like listen to Asmongold talk about America and how fucked America is, and they feel better about it. And we just need to like put a stop on that. Whether that just being like they can't see our content somehow, we just have like some barrier. They cannot have our content, or it's just like, if they try to make any content like that, we just block it immediately, and they have to like make their own like little weird websites, and then that's it. They'll just have, and that's what we want them to do. They'll have to make their own competitor of YouTube, and then maybe they'll become more successful. And that's it. That's great. That's exactly what we want to do. Just stop using our website. Stop using the American white-made website, even though the guy was like Chinese or whatever. He was in America. And stop talking about like American celebrities and white celebrities. It's just, see what I mean? It's like, in my opinion, it comes across as just being a bit much. And that's, again, they don't want that. And this is the paradox. It's like, once we're gone, which they secretly want, there will be no more people like to talk about because they won't want to talk about their own people because they're proving that now. Like, more Pegasus isn't going to want to talk about like Singaporeans, but if we all go because they're obsessed with our culture and they just want to become us so much that they're willing to do anything, and I mean they will do anything, to come into our country. And that will probably be like, come over here and like take out some white people, just like try and like take the men out. They'll do it. Of course they will, because they've got an inferiority complex. He knows that. I don't know why I'm using him as an example, but it's just in my mind. Like, he looks at like white culture and he'll just see. He knows. He's learned about like the moon landing. He's learned about like World War II. He's learned about like the Magna Carta. He's learned about the Tudors. He's learned about all the great like wars we've had with like in Knights and Battle of Hastings and all of the legacies and the kings and stuff like that, and then the Romans. He knows all of that, and he probably loves it all. And then he knows as well. Like, he looks in the mirror and he sees himself, and he's like a little scrawny like little Asian guy, and it's like Indian dude. He's got like worse grip strength than. He hasn't got like my big Popeye like arms where I can actually like squeeze a can like a proper can. He's like got really weak I'm probably not say that. Indian strength. So he has that envy. So that's his job. His job is to secretly try to like just try and maybe accumulate as much money as possible. Just try and make it as hard as possible for like any other people to like thrive, just like make as much, because he needs it as well, because the other thing as well is like he needs that money to like sleep with white women. Like, I don't, because I'm white, but black Muslim guys and Indian guys, they need that money, because like white women will probably just be like, nah, I'll just rather sleep with a good looking white guy who's broke than some rich. And that's true, we're seeing that now. If you think that's not true, it is, because firstly, if a woman's just being with you because of like your power and money, you already know you failed, because she's with you because of your power and your money, not your looks. So you've proved your point. And then secondly, it's just not even like it's a false equivalence, isn't it? Because people sometimes say that to me. They say, "Oh, well, so and so would rather sleep with would rather be with Drake though because he's like rich." And I'm thinking, well, that's not fair because that's not necessarily true. Because there will be plenty of like white women who just won't sleep with Drake because he's black. So if you gave me his money and his status and we were an equal keel, well, obviously they'd pick me. Do you see what I'm saying? So it's like even saying stuff like that, it's like it doesn't really make sense. It's like, yeah, okay, so you're just admitting that it's not even like the looks, it's just because he's got more money. So you're already going to attract a certain type of like woman. And that's what's happened. We just let women have the vote, and they've been too easily brainwashed by like immigrants. And immigrants know that. That's why they don't like me. That's why I generally get blocked a lot on X because they see me and they know I'm like I'm switched on. And they know their Jedi mind tricks don't work on me. If they try and butter me up and say like, oh, we're nice people, really, it's just because we've been bombed so much by white people. The white women going, oh, bless your little heart, we better like open up all borders and let you R-word anyone you like, it's fine. If they say that to me, I will look into it and I'll just instantly find out that they're probably lying. And most of the time they are. You just like they'll say like they come from a country which just has no like war at all. And if it is, it's like some fucked up civil war which has nothing to do with us. And then even if we are doing something with it, it's usually because there's like some crazy shit going on there. Where I'm like, oh well, you voted for a dictator to come in, so fuck yourself. You can't be bothered. Why is that my problem? Why do I have to live in a hole? Because you did that. So yeah, anyway, this guy, the Bad Bachelor, he's like some bold dude. Probably shouldn't make fun of him for that, but I need to. I need to. No. And he did this one where it's just like a common issue which seems to be going around now, where it's just apparent that basically the right, you just want to know what it is. So the right is just straight white men. This basically, or straight white women, like very, very, and what I mean by that is just like, as in like very traditional, like straight white women, just like the sort of women who are like very like them. They'll just be happy to be married and then be like the sub role, and they don't see it as a problem because that's not a problem. That's like the feminist arc, and that's basically just like what I'd call the true patriots. They're the true actual heroes and the people who want to like have their country to be the best it is because it's for them. And the left is just basically any victimization group, any marginalized victim group is the left. Black people, slavery, Indians because they're a minority apparently. Any person of color for that same reason. Or like India will still just bring up we ruled them. We came and took over them, whatever cope. Jews, because again, a small amount, and the Holocaust. China don't really. But I think they're doing other things. I feel like they are sending their females to come over here to try to like, again, just trying to like mess around with the white men and try and get them in trouble. I do think there's something about that, but again, we'll talk about that. Russia. Oh, sorry, what am I even talking about at this point? Oh, the left. Yeah, sorry. What was I? Oh, sorry. Yeah, Muslims, same thing. Women, because they're like oppressed by the patriarchy, which is white men. And usually, like, they've been taught as well that, like, I tell you this, because they get taught that all men are the same. Their little brains can't fathom it. So they go to like college now. they'll probably like they in like what you would deem being SA, it wouldn't even be SA, but because like they're giving women so much power, I think basically if you like I gotta probably be careful what I say because even what I'm gonna say now will probably actually look bad. I don't know. Um, I don't know. I really don't even want to know what to say. But like, I'd say like probably if you were a man and you weren't drunk and a girl walked in to your bed in dorm and you know she's of age, you're of age, and you're both absolutely stone sober, and she said, "Is it okay if I get into your bed?" And you were like, okay. And then you did. And then she like got onto the bed and then started to like, uh, yeah, she said, so is it okay if I kiss you or something? And you said, yeah, of course. And then she started to kiss you. And then, okay, got it. And then like you're like getting into it and stuff. So you start to like yeah loosen up a bit and then like you put your hand down and you grab and you just squeeze her ass and then she immediately like stopped kissing, slapped you and then said, why did you just do that? And then you said, well, you just got into my bed and started kissing me. She said, I didn't say you could do that. Then that's like yeah, and then they would go and report you to like the black woman who would be like the dorm like what do they call them, the dean or the, yeah, and she'd deliberately be like a minority. You'd be a straight white man, and she'd deliberately be like either a Muslim woman in a hijab or like some black woman, really fat black woman, and they would just like completely, the sisterhood would just completely destroy you. You'd be like kicked out like the day, like on that night, and that's exactly what they, and they probably would even just get off on that because then she'll be a victim for the rest of her life, and then that's it. And this is what these women do. So then she'll like champion that for the rest of her life. She'll like live and she'll like sell a book or have courses about it, and she'll just and the story will just keep getting worse and worse. Because women can just lie and there's no consequence for it. There's literally no consequence for it, and I can prove that. My ex-wife lied in court, in divorce court, and I proved it, and just nothing happened to her. And I was like, isn't that contempt? But apparently it's just not. Isn't that contempt? Nah, of course not. It'd be contempt if I did it, but it's not contempt when they do it. What's the point of swearing on anything if you're just gonna lie? But what do you know? This is it. I got to play life on hard mode. I know that. I don't care. I'm beyond it. Hit me with your best shot, baby. I've always said the one thing that the people of color and minorities have to stop me from becoming is famous. So they're doing a good job. So just how it is. Um. So yeah. Basically, the UK police is a joke. The main reason of that is because DEI has just ruined everything, and I'll explain. So DEI is broken in like loads of different ways. Like, let me just pick a couple. So, first of all, it's not even like accurate, or sorry, it's not even like fair because there's so many jobs where women just do not even enter the arena because they just don't want to because it's like they've accepted that there are really important, really horrible jobs that men are just going to do because they're just more geared and stronger to do it. And these are like the real jobs. These are like not like your stupid like. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not gonna inflate myself. The job I have is probably one of those jobs. I'm aware of that. And I just think my only like think of that is like I'm not paid like I'm happy with what I get paid, but I'm aware I could do a lot more. But I've made that sacrifice, so I'm aware of that. So I'm not like being like bad, and I'm not dicking on my job. I'm very happy. I'm just saying like I'm aware like I do have a bit like that, but I'll get into that. I feel like because I am white and like my great grandparents died in World War II, I feel like I'm entitled to that. don't you think like that's the perfect way to honor like my ancestors who died in the war is to know that their great grandkids got to have a really nice job for their sacrifice, not some Indian guy. Exactly. And if you're going to say no, the Indian guy, then you got to really ask yourself why the Indian guy deserves it. What did he do during World War Two? Well, actually, there's loads of Indians who did. Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm talking about an Indian from India. Okay. Not your Gurkhas, not your whatevers, you know. I'm sure there was probably like a million Indians who were in the Manhattan Project and Pearl Harbor and stormed the beaches of Normandy and stormed Berlin with the Russians. I'm sure there was so many of them. And some of them, yeah, it's what I'm saying. So I'm sure there were. I'm sure. You know, when we did the space stuff as well, when we sent man to the moon, I'm sure there's tons and tons of Indians who didn't lie on their CVs and their resumes, and and this is what's happening, right? Do you know why that's why we have noticed that like nothing is really progressing? It's because um, instead of having like an all-white school or all-white civilization, so what you'd be able to do then is then actually like start to notice probably you could change and make things a bit harder because white kids are going to generally their IQs are like 100. I think they are actually the same. Like this is the fallacy. If we actually removed all of immigrants from both America and England, we would be the same level as China. That's the fallacy. We like that. It is just the immigrants who are putting us down. Um, but anyway, yeah, we'd start to like be able to start growing and innovating because you can only really innovate if you are like over like 90 to like 100. You can that's like when you start to be able to be creative. When you're like lower than that, you can't really. You just kind of like you can copy stuff and you can kind of just like do simple commands and you've got quite simple outputs in life. But again, it's like you're not going to really aspire for anything. You know, like when you get like school reports and it's like even back in the day, like your teachers knew who were going to be like the NPCs because just be like, oh, here's good old Tom who's like just a straight C student and it's just he's you know he can tell that he's working hard at school. He finds this like entertaining, extra like this is challenging to him. So he's probably going to be 100 IQ, 95 IQ because the school's designed to be 100. You had people like me, or I just like my test results just be like like a tap faucet. It'd be either like off, like I'd get like literally like 5 out of 100, or it'd be like the other way around, like 98 out of 100. And my teacher just would never. It's just because if I was passionate in it, I would really love it. But if I hated it, I just couldn't be bothered because I just found it very boring. School was really boring. Like if you're above smart, it's really boring. You're just going to be like the class clown. You're just going to like be the person the teacher really hates because you're just going to be like why are you going to learn about shit when you already know it? Or it just it's it's not hard. So for example, it's like yeah, you go to do maths for a week. On Monday, you learn how to do like I'm just saying I don't know the powers of doing like powers, and then like I don't know. Square and cube root, and then it's like you'd finish it that evening, you get it, but then for some reason we have to do it again, and you got to do it again, and then you got like maybe have a test at the end of that. So you're just so bored of it because like you've already got it by like day one, but because you've got like all the other idiots in your class, you like do it 3 more times, and then by I don't know Tuesday you've probably already done like you've asked your teacher constantly because you've done all the answers, questions really quickly, and for some reason she's annoyed at you for doing that. She hasn't noticed that you're like maybe you're just very smart because you're getting them right as well, but she's angry about that because now she's got to find more work for you to do. And it's always a woman as well, and she doesn't like me because I'm a white man. She's like, "Oh great, we've got another genius white man here, and he's straight, brilliant. Okay, well we're not gonna like pick him out. We're just gonna like make him feel like he's a freak." And then they're like, here's some homework we found from the kids doing their GCSEs. And then I do that, and I still get like most of them right. And she's just like, "Well, don't get too big-headed. Then you can just like I don't know, just doodle in your book for the rest of it." And it's shit like it's honestly like those the sort of like comments, but they are not specifically like that. But I remember having a few just like moments where I was aware I outshined, and they just no one cared because like they were just too didn't fit the agenda back then because all my teachers were just like most of them were just like liberal women and they just don't it's too typical, we don't want that, we want like Ahmed or like the Indian guy to be like a genius with his like little flute. We don't want Simon we don't want input the straight white man to be nominated. It's just fuck that. You know, why not? It makes sense. Like, the best, smartest people are going to be fostered in probably the wealthiest areas because you need to have, like, a good upbringing. You need to have, like, good nutrition. You need to have, like, good diet. And it's like they're just angry when these sort of people come out of there. Like, how dare they? So, I self-taught myself piano when I was in year 8 or 9. I remember playing like the Turkish march perfectly in front of my teacher, and she was like, "Where did you learn this?" I said, "I just learned it from like listening to my keyboard and just memorizing it." Again, no one decided. Do you think we should maybe speak to someone about like testing input out to see if he's like a genius? No, no, no. Let's just leave him. And he'll probably he's not gonna, he'll start to, you'll notice his grades will go down because he's gonna start to like not really feel like there's a point doing anything because it's just, and that's exactly what happens. And it's like if you live in a civilization where you're letting your best people just fizzle out because you're annoyed they're not like the right gender and like race, it's like, how does that benefit anything? How does that not make me just want to turn into like a supervillain and then like and do that? And then again, he's like, the irony of the story is I remember it picture perfect because I've got a great memory, but I'm not allowed to talk about that because apparently like that's racist because I'm white. And then my cat score, my cat score was like unfathomably high, and they just never ever like again thought to. I think the biggest, I think the thing that they held on. Their biggest like cope was that it was because I was born on. I don't think they really. My birthday's September 1st, so I think their cope was always that is because I was the oldest because you could not get older than me because if you were born August 31st, you technically would be in the year before, and I know that because I had a friend who was born in August 17th, or no, August 7th, his birthday, and he was, I was literally like a year older than him. And I think they just coped, and they just thought like that was it. They just thought like the difference in my speed and accuracy of my question answering is just simply the different, like any of these kids, they'll be just as sharp and and it's just like that's it. And I don't know really what to think about that because part of me is like, well, I don't know. I just part of me is more just like it's just a shame because luckily, I suppose the thing is like I'm aware of this now, and I know there are like some people who don't become famous, especially men, because it's different with men. Because women, it's the other way around. Like women, you're generally like you're most popular when you're actually younger, because that your value is obviously your beauty. I'm sorry to say, women, it is. It's just like one of the biggest things I always say is like, why is there no like famous Greek philosophers who are like debaters who are women? It's because they knew. They just even back then they knew. They just like they probably let women have a go, and then they all just sort of like looked around and they were just like, I don't think we can let her in. She never seems to concede a point. Every time like we seem to give her a good faith argument, she seems to say I feel a lot, and there seems to be like emotion driven, and it just comes to a point where I can't really get through to this person because they've got like their emotions telling them just to be like just always put a wall up, and that's why. Because do you know the hardest thing you'll ever ever hear in a debate, and you'll probably never hear it because it's like it just almost proves why debates never ever exist. Is you'll hear someone go, "That's actually a really good point. Maybe you are right. Actually, good point. Okay. Well, I'm probably happy to say you probably won this debate. Actually, and then just end it, and then that person walks away, and you could just humbly go and do your day, and it wouldn't even be a thing. Like, there's no guilt, there's no shame. You'd both like meet in the the old Greek canteen. You're getting served your hummus and your Greek salad, and you just be like, "Oh, yeah, it was really good debate with that. Yeah, yeah, I very good. I didn't know. I actually didn't not know about that point, but you really well eloquently described that. So yeah, I was just interested by that. So yeah, I think that went really well. They would never happen because it's just there's too much like pride and ego in it, and it's too many insecure people. We're not putting our best people forward. There's just generally we need to have like almost like an IQ cleanse. We just need to like bring the whole planet to at least 100. I think that doesn't sound too bad, to be fair. I think if we do that, we can see some generally really good results. If the whole world was 100, no discrimination, that's it. I don't see why there's a problem with that. You do the IQ test, and we'll just see what happens. If you get a good enough score, it's fine. You'll be great. So what's the problem? Wouldn't you do that with anything else? Maybe maybe like certain continents will have IQs. But for me, at the very least, I would just say, uh, if you are an immigrant, yeah, I'd say you'd have to do an IQ test. I'd say you have to get at least Mensa. You'd have to get like at least 135. Because it's just I don't see like what's the point. We want you to come in, and we do want someone who's going to be really sharp to come in. If you can if you can do an IQ test or a standard with some sort of board which isn't Indian based, it has to be an approved one which is going to have like a third party mediator watching to make sure you're not lying. You can pass said test. That is one of the caveats to be able to come in. And I might even say that I'd go back to honouring those guys with free, if they can prove they've got the skills, because that was the whole point. The whole point was we were bringing in the best, and this is why it worked. It was like it's like when you watched, I guess, Star Trek, isn't it? And you got like the Klingon on board, and it's like, well, he's his exception, isn't he? Because like most of the Klingons like really really violent, like warrior race. But then you've got like that one guy, who's like the guy who's like on Star Trek, who's like really clever. And it's like I suppose that was supposed to be like the same with the Indians, isn't it? We just wanted to kind of have like the best and brightest Indians, but instead we've just got like the angriest. Yeah, so basically, we're just learning like at the moment that we shouldn't have let women. I'm sorry, I don't care. I don't care anymore. No, we just shouldn't have let women have power. It was the worst thing. Where the suffragettes was the worst thing. I think we were so wrong. We were so wrong. We should just never have given them the vote. As soon as they gave them the vote, it's caused all the problems. I'm so sorry. It's true. It seems to be the case. And it's just broken. It doesn't seem to make any sense. Why are we letting people vote who don't have to go to fucking war? Why are we letting someone vote who could technically like vote in some madman who would just say, if you let me come in, listen, this is generally like how fucked it could be. If they made such a split between men and women still had the vote, they could just literally be like, they could just be someone who's going to like be elected, and they would say something like, if you put me in power, I'm just going to like deliberately go to war with like, I don't know, like Russia, and I'm going to conscript every single white person. If they don't do it, then they get killed. Maybe not that far, but maybe. I don't know, maybe. Anyway, the women would probably like vote because they were just like, because it's just insane. They're just like literally they don't seem to care. They're just toddlers who just don't. They're like, yeah, they feel things. They would have had like bad experiences with men. They don't understand actually like what's happening. They're being like manipulated by social cues and celebrities. It's just a litany of just insane shit, which just is almost like why. It's almost just like, here's a good one. It'd be like, imagine when you're a dad or a parent, your kids automatically have the vote, and it's like you've got to like stop your kids from like voting for something stupid. So you got. Do you see what I'm saying? So you just sort of like, you just get to a point where you're like, why on earth are we just even letting my kids vote? Why do I have to go and do all of this? For some reason, like, I'm letting my kids vote, and they just are, like, being stupid, and they're, like, voting to, like, Mr. Potato Head as, like, the Prime Minister because it's funny, or they just don't want Whitey to win. And now, like, it's generally, like, causing problems. But they don't care because, again, because of feminism, they've all been, like, ruined by, like, chads. So they just have this massive chip on their back because they couldn't say no and wait until marriage to have sex. They decided to like give men the one thing that they should really have to like work for in terms of like get married. But feminism's told them to like just basically like treat their body as like money, some kind of like financial transaction. It's like if you're gonna have sex with me, there has to be some kind of like financial incentive, whether that's like actual money, like actually like going out for like a meal, I'll count that as like an experience, or going to like a club, or getting flown to Dubai, getting bought Chanel bags, like actually being PayPal money. Um, and they've got so many different words for it: escorting, massage, personal trainer. Oh yeah, the point of the story was that like basically all the celebrities just become like fucking bar ugly, and it's because the Indians just like in bad faith they're just voting for like, because they want to like listen to straight white people for like the slang and like the terminology, and also to like get information on like the ethics and stuff so they can like mimic them. But then they don't want to like, again, they don't want to have the best person forward because a lot of them don't like, well, they don't want to have like British values. They don't want to listen to like PewDiePie talking about like getting married to like a white woman and having, because they don't do that. They won't be able to do that. They want to just like watch. I don't know, yeah, like women, like white women twerking, or ugly white men, chopped white men, because then they don't feel like intimidated by them. And also, like, yeah, they don't feel intimidated as well, because like if you feel like someone like Asmongold, he's not gonna like sit on stream and like talk about like all the girls he's bowled. Because firstly, that's probably just not how he rolls, and that's probably just because he knows all through his life he's not been a player, so he's just not going to be like that kind of person, is he? I'm sure he probably does because he's rich and famous. I know people will convince me he knows because he's like because of his bugs, but it's not. If anything, it will just be because it'll be mostly because he's rich and famous. Because even if you said like he met a female who was a fan, like that still counts as like he's rich and he's famous. I just find it hard to believe unless he's like still with like his high school sweetheart, which might be the only thing. But then it's just like shame on her, I suppose. Like even again, if he's rich and famous, I still don't think I'd want to be with a partner who had a literal like roaches infested. I'm not gonna like have as far as go as far as saying like if someone's got flies in their room, because a fly is like fine. Like you might, like, I get flies in my room. I mean, I've got guinea pigs, so yeah, you get a fly or two, or even like a spider. But like a roach is like a very specific. And I know like, well, I suppose it's like in America, it's not so uncommon. We don't get them over here, but I just think the way it just seemed to just fly on him, and it just like the way he reacted to it as well, he just kind of like pulled it off. It just seemed like it wasn't his first rodeo. Because I think a lot of people, especially like girls, and probably a lot of guys actually, like if a roach goes in there, that'll ruin their day. They'll probably like rip their shirt off, or they'll just be swatting their like shirt, like trying to flick it off, and they'll be screaming like a little bit. He didn't. He kind of like was a little bit panicked. He was like, "Oh boy, it's on me!" And he just kind of like got it and he just grabbed it and he's just like trying to throw it on the floor. So yeah, unfortunately, there's been a very big red pill of India. It's sad. Um, I really don't know what their future is going to be like. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, because from what I understand, I'm not going to get into their politics at all, because fuck that. But I do understand. I think from kind of a holistic view that it appears like their whole country is just basically like held together by duct tape. From what I understand, there's sort of one resolution for it would be they would like break up India, and that probably seems to be like a realistic point. It'll be annoying because we've got like no like another dozen old countries or so, but it probably would be the best. And also, it would actually create like a distinction, and then we probably could be a little bit more like, ironically, but that's the problem. Is if they bring that back, is that they'll effectively just bring back the caste system, because it's just From what I understand, it appears that like North India seems to be where like the most depraved shit is happening. I think that's where it's the calamari, or it's not calamaris, whatever those guys live. Um, shall we, Samazu? So, see what I mean? This is all like very like dead.
Guys, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with me today.
So I'll have to be honest with you. I mean, the guy does a good job, but I'm sorry. He's allowed to make fun of me, but I mean, do I have to make? Do I have to? No, maybe I don't. No, he's. I don't know because I hate when people say. All right, whatever.
Hey, from the New York Post, female prison officer admits inappropriate relationship with inmate. Now, you guys have heard me do a couple of...
Yeah. So this is the thing, right? So you've got like these like these like girls, right? Because the truth of the matter is, women are attracted to like really like masculine, gruff dudes. This is the psyops, right? They don't want you to be like really clean and really like prim and proper. They don't want that. They want you to be like a monster. They want you to actually be a bit like a brute. But that's the lie you've been told to. And it's like this is a good reason to sort of show that is that you've got women who've become like the prison guards, which is just I don't know why they're prison guards are men. I don't know who the fuck has thought that was a good idea, but anyway, they have, and basically, was it to do? Okay, they're fucking the inmates. Yeah, they're just banging the inmate because why not? Again, it'd be like the equivalent if you were like a straight white man, and yeah, they like made me be like the prison guard for like, uh, I don't know why they would have this, because like this is why it doesn't work in the prison because the women are attracted to like the most dangerous criminals. So if they're in high security prisons, I feel like for some reason, specifically, there's a prison for like women who used to do like OnlyFans or porn, or maybe it's an asylum or something like that. Maybe in the future, there's like an asylum they'll have, and in the asylum it'll be like all the women who like used to do that content, and like I was like the man. I got to work there as like I was like the lone prison guard, and they just gave me the keys, and they just said like whatever happens in there, we just. Do you see what I'm saying? And like, I'm the first man that they've seen in like a couple of years. And then, looks like the security camera. Looks like the security cameras don't work. We'll be able to rely on those for probably a couple of years. I don't remember ordering these 2 drums of baby oil. It's too much fun, man. What am I doing? It doesn't matter. I don't know who fights this guy. I don't know. Who fights fucking Frost? Whatever this guy's name. Yeah, this guy. Who does he fight him? It's Goku? Doesn't Goku fight him? Isn't it the one that he poisons Goku? It's some bullshit. Actually. Yeah, it's just I hate this shit. I really do. They could have just been so dope if just made like end Goku, and then So this is just a good example. I don't get why he just didn't put the Ultra Instinct, Because that would have made him a really fun character if they just done that. If they just had like one character where you did have a character where you had to like get 4 or 5 to like go out. Like, there's no characters I think where you can do that. I think the most you can ever skip to is always like up to 3. But if they had that, it would have been so dope. You could just and look, it's like there's enough space there for 2 more as well. It's just the whole thing has just been built out of like, and I don't want to say it, but it's probably true because it's made in Unreal Engine. It's all been made by like probably like third worlders who just have lied to pretend they know how to fucking code, and they don't. They all know how to use fucking Unreal Engine because they lie in their CV, and then when they get the job, they all go on like Google and they just like spend a weekend learning crash course how to fucking code on Unreal Engine. And this is just what they're doing. It's just like, it's just why all the content's shit. All the games are fucked and everything's like not working. It's because they're lying. They're just lying to get in.
About this, but
I hate lying.
For years, these women are completely getting out of control. The female officers, in a couple of instances now, and this isn't what this story is about, but I want to give you some of the headlines that I'm seeing that leads me up.
Hang on, wait a second. What the fuck?
We just can't have female officers anymore. That is my
full
opinion.
Whoa. I think maybe in female prisons, maybe. I just don't know why they decided to do that for men. I don't know why. Who ever thought that is an idiot?
Said, if you get pulled over by a female police officer and you're a little bit larger than she is, or she gets...
Yeah.
I hope you have your bulletproof vest on. There's been 3 incidences now where women have thought they were pulling out their taser.
What is happening?
They actually sidearm, and they ended or came close to ending perpetrators they were trying to stop because they forgot which hand and which...
Yeah, that is really bad.
Then you've got female officers that have many times on camera screamed and just started asking for help when their male partner got into a physical...
Yeah, it's brutal. It's just, I do not know. Women are just like, women have just been lied to, and we just need to like tell them it's okay to like, just give us the power. We'll do everything. As soon as they give us the power, I promise, we won't be dicks. We're not gonna like lock them up. We're probably just gonna actually protect them. We're just gonna like stop them from talking with like, I don't know, Gazans, Palestinians, and Muslims probably. Just go back to like good old yourself. Just think about your country. Don't worry about anyone else. I mean, this is like the problem with like again the women. It's like they're just getting too involved with everything, and they think every one of them thinks that they're going to be like the new savior. They're going to be like the new Florence Nightingale.
Interaction with a criminal, and the female could.
It's like, no, you're not. You're not going to really do anything meaningful.
Cover all of that again.
Oh.
But the point is, it keeps happening, and at an alarming rate. You know, now we've got 85% of female, or 85% of teachers are now female, and there's only about 15% of men left as educators.
Yep.
So when you see stories like this, another teacher, female of course, who has an 8-week-old baby, so she...
Yeah, exactly. There is a real problem with female paedophilia, but we're just not talking about it because, again, it's all been psyops to just be against us. And the other problem as well is like, I think women are probably more likely to be SA'd. Oops. Yeah, women probably are more likely to be SA'd than boys, I think. I would think. I might be wrong, but I don't think so. I would think women would be more desirable. Shit. So again, it's like, these are the women who are like, you know, they're more likely to, because this is what happens. It's usually the people who are involved with SA who become the people themselves. Oops. Because they've been traumatized and they don't know how to like deal with it, or they haven't processed it because they've suppressed it and whatever. Whereas men can do that. Like, there's plenty of men, for example, who, I used to have a lecturer who was in Warsaw. He was in fucking Falklands. I don't think he's alive anymore, but he was in the Minesweeper in the Falklands. and he had a stutter from actually serving, and I thought, oh, what a hero, dude. I'm sure I think he did retire before he went, but um, my point being was he didn't have like he had a stutter, which was a physical thing, but what I'm trying to say is he, I think just because he's a man, I think men are able to just sort of deal with it. They know, like, because this is what I was thinking, is like, if they did ultimately have like a man versus woman war where shit dead, they did have like the gender war, because let's say, for example, and this is kind of the point, there might become a point where we will have to just decide that the only way we can really progress as a country, and probably the world, is that women will have to give up their right to vote and just actually just trust that they're their own native white men. And that's the psyops. This is why they are designed to hate us, because that's, you got to think, if you're the enemy of the West, what do you want to do? You hate the white men. They're the strong ones. White, hate them. Hate them. Hate them. Coffins. Love coffins. Yeah. If they give us back our power, we will not be dicks. We are not gonna like do crazy shit. We will just protect them. If anything, we'll just make their lives better. We'll stop the social media. We'll ban it for them, and they'll get angry and raggy. They'll be like, there's some of them will be, because they're addicted to it. They'll be the ones that are like the heroin junkies. But like the new girls that come in, they just won't use it, and they won't understand what it is, and they're not going to get addicted to it. They're not going to have like Indians and black guys and like Muslims telling them to like destroy their country. And that's actually what we should have been doing, was building a big barricade to protect our most desirable thing, which isn't our resources. It's actually our white women. We should just protect them. They need protecting, and them and their kids. The men will be the ones that do all the talking. So when the black people are like, we want to talk to our white women, we just say, fuck off, mate. We'll say, actually, go fuck off. The Indians go, can we try and marry your women? We'll say, no, fuck you, mate. We don't want them here. We know what you guys are up to. We know. You can lie to the women. They'll believe you, but I'm not going to believe you. I don't have a victim complex that you're, for some reason, you guys are shitting on the streets, and you're poor and you don't have any infrastructure. That's not my problem. Like, what do I got to do about this? We tried to help you. If you were still under our independence, we would give you stuff, but you're not. You got some massive chip on your shoulder because we're better than you. You're like, I don't think I've ever used an Indian product where I've just see what I mean? Even like the Kama Sutra, I just thought was a bunch of actual scat shit. Just again made me feel like this doesn't come from a country where, a religion where I just feel like, I don't know, doesn't feel like a Jesus religion, does it? I don't remember Jesus over me. Mm. Yeah, I don't generally think I've like ever used anything which has probably been Indian made. I'm really trying to think. I'm not trying to be like an asshole. Food doesn't count, and I'm gonna stress I don't even like Indian food. I love spicy food. Like, I love spicy like ramen. I just don't like curry. I don't like naan. Naan's okay, but I don't know if naan's actually necessarily like an absolute Indian thing. But even if it is, I don't care. That's one thing. And I like loads more like English stuff. And this is the fucking gaslight that we've been taught. We've just been taught like everything white people have done is evil. Even everything that you're literally doing as a result of white people. The fact you've got rights is because of white people. If we didn't do that, you'd just be again. It'd just be like people can just walk into your house, and if they can kill you, that means that they get your stuff. That's it's kind of how a lot of that, some African places like work. It's just like community police, and it's just if you get caught stealing, it's just down to like the town on how they feel that day. If they feel like you've stolen way too much, uh-oh. Fuck, I'm getting wasted, mate. If they think you've stolen like too much grain. Wow, you fuck that, man. Or too many goat. Oh yeah, look at this. I mean, that probably feels like the person that they would use it on.
So she just had her kid. She pleaded guilty to hooking up with a 15-year-old student. This has happening over and over again. Rollo Tomasi over on X has a running count. There's something like 30
cracked is not.
counts of this happening.
All right.
Just
Oh yeah, it's like watching the what do you call it? Oh, there's a guy called Dash Retro, and he like does speed running, and it was like he's done a subathon. It was like 70 hours or some shit. And for me, I was more marveled in the state of like, how can you just sit and talk for that long? I couldn't do it. I just get so bored, or I just want to make dinner, or just watch something and just not be on. I could never do it. I'm sorry, guys. Like, maybe I don't know. Maybe like my opinion could change if like I was like it got to a point where I could potentially like have a career from it. But at the moment, fuck no, like, absolutely not. If I was doing it for free, I'm surprised I'm even doing it as long as this. To be a bit to see him sit and do anything for any human do anything for like 15 hours is an absolute fucking miracle. And it's not even that. Sometimes he like fails. So I think there was one where technically he already ran it for an hour and a half, and then he died. No, he got soft locked, and he had to do it again. So it was like 16, 17 hours straight in a row, which isn't insane. But then the motherfucker would be on like the next day. I suppose that's just, I don't know, maybe that isn't that interesting, but for me it is. But anyway, he he did it the other day, and he just had the shittest luck. He failed like, how did he? Oh, he failed the first time because he forgot forgot like turtles. I don't know what turtles is, but there's something called turtles that he forgot. Um, and that was like an hour and 50 in. It was like just before he was about to like leave Midgar on the bike and do that mini game. So he'd done all of that. The second time,
just this year.
um, oh, what was that? Oh, who cares? Yeah, I mean, it's just apparent. The only way that I'm gonna like help though is if women give us the vote, and that's the thing. They'll never do it, and that's why I was saying that there might be a potential point where we just men will know that they can't outvote women because there's just going to be a 50-50 split. Plus, you're going to have like gay guys, and you'll have like you'll have some like men who've been pussy whipped by women to like, and it's a scary precipice. But this is what's happened. There's just going to be like a point where we'll just know that the only way we can really do anything is if we just know that women can't vote. Because you know what else is just bad about it? It's like then you just got other people as well. So you've got like, for example, uh, Abdul will have like 5 wives, and he can now just like he basically gets 6 votes because he can just tell secretly his wife might not want to vote what he wants, but he's gonna make her. Um, See what I'm saying? Probably not. Yeah, I think there's. I mean, the problem is that it's just very clear that the best stuff that people seem to be really desiring has been made by predominantly like straight white men. And like you get little glimmers of this because like Smiling Friends is just it is one of these shows where it's like it's probably gonna jump the shark in like a couple of seasons. But at the moment it's still pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I mean this season's got a little bit crazy, like but I think it's still like it's probably got like another couple seasons and then it'll get like a bit stale just because it does seem to be a bit formulaic and characters are starting to like flanderize a bit and we are starting to like kind of get the joke and I think that's all right. It's just things can't really stay good forever and that's fine. Um, it's kind of like why I just think people should then move on and try and do something else instead of just flogging the horse and so like it's just literally nothing. Some of like the best shows stopped after like 2 or 3 seasons because they just knew like it was fresh and good and it kept people invested and maybe you could like do like a movie or spin off because it left people just wanting like, a little bit more. But now it's just nah, just ruin it all. It's like Rick and Morty is the good example. That's basically what Smiling Friends will become. Like I know like people like, and people would have said that about Rick and Morty back in its heyday. They would be like, no way, dude, Rick and Morty is going to be big forever. You have no idea the cultural impact it's had. No, look at it now as a joke. Like no one's even talking about it. Like, no one's talking about it anymore. No one's ever wearing any of the merch anymore. No one's ever going to dress up as Rick anymore. And that's what makes it even worse. Is that shows like that they don't even become like. Do you see what I mean? It's not even like they're fondly remembered. It's like when shows like that just die in the most bad way, then it just that's it. They just end up. You squeeze out that last tit of money, but people will just have the worst memory of it because it's just they'll see it as just like the last point is that they'll just be like, oh god, yeah, isn't Rick and Morty like really shit now? It's just they don't look at like the really good days of it, and they think, because I'm not gonna like sit here and pretend like the first like again, it's like Smiling Friends, the first like 3 or 4 seasons, I'd probably say like 3 or 4. I felt like it did jump the shark around like yeah after that, or probably like around the time that the whole Dan Hartman stuff just started kicking off. Like once you start having like the main guy doing that, it became very hard to enjoy the show. But that's again, they're all made by like straight white men. And surprisingly, they do really well. because they just know like what is like kind of funny. They don't want like some gay character like talking about stuff. This is the ASMR segment. They're very addictive.
We've got
That racist? Oh, it is good. So yeah, essentially women are just kind of like lost it. We've basically just learned that we shouldn't have given them power. We didn't give them power for like, I don't know, 5,000 years. We seem to be doing pretty good. We've given them power for like a century. Maybe not even that. The world's already fucked. We've already got like, I don't know, fucking Pakistani women. I used to have a Pakistani boss. Fucking bitch. They just hate white people. You know how I know that? Because only other people in our group were Asian women. As in, like, Chinese or Singapore. She was okay with them, because again, for her, they're all left. I'm the righty. She sees me as a threat. She's like, she doesn't want me to breed. Her mission is to like stop me breeding. She did as much of a good job to stop me progressing in the company to do that. So, again, she'll get like good as ease out for that. Well, not necessarily. If I can get back on her, then not necessarily. Oh. This level's fucked. It's not even fun to play. Anyway, well, let's listen to what's going on here.
You're in the United States alone. But when you're putting these women in positions of power, and where they are left to their own devices to do the right thing, ironically, they don't do the right thing. And yes, there are male cops that don't do the right thing as well. But I'm not seeing any stories of them, even though males overwhelmingly make up most of the police forces in the United States and in the UK and in Canada and Australia. It's the women that are having all the problems.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to read just a couple headlines, and then we'll get to my main story.
Brat Hot Girl
All
Summer.
of these guys were this year, and 4 of them were just in the last few weeks.
Brat Hot Girl Summer.
I'm voicing Harry Potter.
I'm voicing Hermione Granger.
I'm voicing Ron Weasley. And this is Harry Potter.
Today.
Yeah, they'll do any excuse to milk that thing until it's dead. Oh, let's do it. You see what I mean? Everything's just so bare bones. I did like how they made the Broly in their universe because I mean that's kind of how it was in the other one actually.
Sponsor is me. BetterBachelor.locals.com. If you like my content, please jump over to BetterBachelor.locals.com. Become a supporter. $5 a month. You can join a community of like-minded guys. We have a great time doing live streams over there that I don't do anywhere else. We do classic, underrated, nostalgic television on Wednesdays, which is tonight, I believe. So I need to get ready.
I mean, this is quite cute. My only fear is that this is again, and this is what I notice as well. It's anytime you want to have a male white only group, they won't let you do it. There's always going to be a woman in it. There's always going to be a Indian guy or some kind of foreign person in it, and this is the problem. Is that once you do that, you can't say certain things. You're not allowed to say certain things, or they'll report you. They're going to report you, and this is all been done. This is all the games. The enemies of the West, they've done it. They know if the straight white men get the power, and people just can't accuse them of things, they'll just take the world over. They literally will take the world over. They know that.
We also do movie nights, and we do watch some football, and we watch UFC fight
They
nights.
know.
You get to watch UFC for free.
What?
I pay for it. All you do is pay $5 to become a member of the supporter, and you can watch it with a bunch of other people.
Hang on a minute. How is that legal?
Over there. So come on over and become a supporter today. And now back to the rest of the video of me complaining about women cops. She was a prison officer. He was a convicted.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, again, so if you look at books, erotic fiction, women love that shit, and it's true. I've been with women who just seem to like, I don't know, they can't really get off unless they're being like actually like seems to be like borderlining getting hurt, and I never feel comfortable doing it. What the? That looks so weak sauce, didn't it? Oh god. But I'm sure there's a lot of guys here who will be very like confident in saying like they've been with women who've like said they love being choked or something like that, or like dominated, and I'm never comfortable with it. Like I'm not like a massively sexual person to be fair with you, but um, I don't know if that's just again if it's like that's like other because it's like asphyxiation maybe like I potentially get that, but then I just think like I don't know. Is it just that you've burnt your receptors out so much you can't just have a normal orgasm? You gotta like, do you see what I mean? It might be down to like the high body count again, where women have just like had like so many partners that they just resort to like they've got to like chase that next sexual dragon, like the next taboo. So you've got to like resort now to fucking choke them out, choke a bitch. Take this, you fucking glasses, creep. Nice. Oh, I love the bend. Oh, you're bending it. Oh.
Female prison officer admits to inappropriate relationship with inmate. Prison guard accused of hooking up with 2 inmates and plotting to smuggle illicit substances into the jail.
I bet he's black. The worst thing is, you know he'll be black. 100% you know he'll be black. 100% he's black. 200% he's black. Women are just like, that's why we need to lock them away from them. It's not like they don't mean to do it. It's just sadly, it's in their nature to do it. In their nature to find the strongest male to have sex with, because they then think that the baby will be like able to look after their mom. Some bullshit like that, because that's how it should be. That's how it would have been, anthropologically times. But it doesn't work like that now. But women still don't have that because, I don't know, 10,000 years ago we were still fighting woolly mammoth in a cave. So we would want that then, wouldn't you? If you're a woman, I'm just being really like frank with you. Yeah, if you probably like maybe were like a virgin woman and you just strayed away from the path. Not even a virgin woman. I don't know actually. But you probably would, because you see what I mean? It's like you'd think like it'd benefit your offspring to be more powerful, to be like stronger, which they would be. Because there's like this is literally them showing it, isn't it? It's like, and that's the fallacy as well. Is it's like they're not even necessarily the most dangerous. They're just the ones that have been showing that they're capable of being. That doesn't mean they are. It's like, I mean, anyone theoretically could potentially be evil if the rules change. Just because they've killed someone knowing they'll go to prison doesn't necessarily mean they are the most dangerous, if that makes sense.
Police officer Nicole Gabriella suspended for wearing her uniform in spicy pictures and revealing how much money she made on OnlyFools.
Oh boy.
Minneapolis Police Department officer outed as doing OnlyFools content. That was Minneapolis from October 3rd. From September 13th, Detroit cop off job after spicy OnlyFools page discovered. Are you seeing a trend?
Yeah.
And this is from just a couple of days ago. Trainee police officer is banned for life for passing forced secrets to her drug dealer boyfriend. Now, I've got a video to go along with all this stuff, but we have a real problem with vetting these women. A trainee police officer has been banned for life.
She does have some sweet moves.
Boyfriend, ex-West.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like you can write cool female characters if you just don't make them like obvious that they're female, and make them like sexy as well. Because it's like, yeah, I don't know. I've got no problem with these two. So I mean, this is like, I think the only difference is because like this works because like if you're doing like fiction, you can just use stuff like that, can't you? Like you could just say like the magic power or whatever. It's just like when you've got like other when you're doing like more grounded shit, like fiction, I think it's fine. Like no one's gonna care in One Piece if like Big Mom's gonna like slam like Kaido against the wall, are they? And be like, wow, that doesn't make sense. Kaido's so much more muscular. It's like, well, no, it's just, but like, it's just when you like, there was that game that came out. It was the Star Wars one. Where you had like the fucking woman, and she was like, you could do like these close combat takeouts on them if you sneaked up on them, and it's just the amount of effort she was putting in to try and like, I don't know, punch them. It just didn't make any sense. Even if it was like the frame of her body, there's like, what even is the armor doing? You can't even like protect you from just that woman just like, smacking you really not that hard with the butt of her gun. It was just, it would look ridiculous. Like stuff like that, you can't do it with. Or like if you watch a shitty like I don't know. I mean, it can again. You can get like it's like Kill Bill. She can be pretty badass. It's just like when you just get like stupid movies where you just got like the skinniest, smallest women who are just able to choke a guy out. And because what I'm saying is like a woman by absolutely no doubt could not like just pick up a knife and like that's fine. I've seen that in a horror movie. That's fine. Like 'cause women can, and that's how women normally do like kill men is by using a knife or like poison. Or shoot them for God's sake. Like if it's just like hand on hand combat, I'm sorry. Even if it's just like even if it was like knife on knife, probably the man will win. Or blunt versus blunt, or hand versus hand, it will be man. But like if it's like knife versus hand, or like a gun. But then if it's gun on gun, I probably still think the man probably would just be better able to hold a weapon better. I'm not saying like, there's obviously caveats. I'm sure if the girl's gone to the gun shooting range, yeah, she will. But if it's just like probably a bloke and a woman who both got a gun and they've never used one before, I probably think the woman might get a bit startled when she shoots her because it's probably going to be like quite surprising how much back force comes out of it. I've never shot a gun, but I'm aware that it will probably recoil a lot. So if I did, I'd hold it really, really firm and shoot it so I could really understand like how hard it would be, even if it was too much, like just to get it. But I think a woman might be like just kind of hold it with one hand, just sort of shoot it like in the show, and just let the gun would fly out of her hand. And then it's not even that. It's also like I think it's just having the drive to kill, because that's the other thing I was saying. It's like if men and women do have to ultimately have like the gender war because like they refuse to give up their right, because why would they? That's just unfortunately what will happen is that we'll have to like seize all the women and just try and like prevent them from doing it. Like I don't know, like voting. We could just ignore their vote. We are just men. We could just do that because ultimately that is like it'll boil down to is what will they do? Because we know if women just stop working, nothing actually happens. Nothing happens. I'm not even kidding. If all women stop working tomorrow, not a lot would happen. If all men stop working, big problem. Fucking huge problem. The women stopped. Like, I'm just trying to be really honest with you. Yeah, you got a few like females, but that's I'm trying to say to you is that couldn't be done by a man. The problem is there's a lot of jobs which I just don't think women have got the balls to do it, and there is. It's been proven. It's got all these like fucking the army. There's like a lot of the armed forces are like really badly misaligned. You've got like all like oil drillers and people who work on abattoirs or people who like work in like pest control, people who do infrastructure, labor. It's like, all of this is like so heavily still male dominated, and there's so many programs that incentivize women to go in to the point where probably you could be a woman who probably is like, I don't know, one of those like scrawny little like dainty 4'8" women, and they probably would still let you become like a labourer because the incentives for them would be so good to have a woman who's like doing it that they'll probably just let you do it, and even if you just didn't even you let like Jose do it instead, they probably still put you on. So that's what I'm saying. The female privilege is just so enormous. Um, so that's what I'm saying. But you could argue if women stop doing their main function, which again is to have children, yeah, then the world would cease. But unfortunately, that's not really what's going to happen, and women will generally follow the. That's the thing. Once daddy kind of has daddy's up, and he's kind of like, he kind of like, this is what most modern women are doing. They're like acting out, and that's like when you have like I only know it saw a lot of going to my friend's house, and he used to have they used to have older sisters, and you just have like the older sister's probably on her period or something like that, and she just like be a right brat, and she just like starts arguing like at the dinner table about nothing. Like even me, because like I was a man, I'd just be like, look at my friend, I'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with your sister? And she would like, all the men would be like looking at like each other, like his dad myself and my friend would all look at each other like what, and then the mum and her are just like, because the mum would be trying to like probably like calm her down 'cause she understands, but she's like older, she understands how to regulate, but it's all hormonal, it's new for this teenage woman, so she's like acting on emotion, and then like the dad needs to like be like the authority figure because she shamed him, so he's not allowed to take that because he needs to keep as the top, the figure. So he has to like lay the law down. So he's like, you can't talk to me like that, and like say sorry now. And then she refuses. I say, go up to your room. You got to do that. That's what you have to do. That's how you have. And I think she is. I think she is happily married and probably got kids because she now knows like that she needs to respect men because it's like important for them to be the roost of the house, the top of the house. Because they're the ones where when like let's say like you're talking with your daughter and you're like, so what is it you're going to do then after you finish, and she says I'm going to do OnlyFans, you will like actually like say to her like, if you do that you have to make it really apparent like how bad it will be, and you will look really bad for doing that, and she will try and like gaslight, she'll try and project you on, and this is the problem because they use social media. The women go on like Reddit and they'll social services and whatever, and that's because they actually want her to have an OnlyFans. That's the main reason, but then also it's like the destruction. They don't want that. They don't want the straight white man to like be part of like the patriarchy and the head of the family. They don't want that. They want to have the women being like badly led by single mums, or the kids to be the boys to be brought up single mums, so they become simps. It's all weak economy. You see what I'm saying? And this is what these women are doing. They need someone like me to like just say, no, this is wrong. Sorry, I'm sorry. This is just really wrong. I know that you've got the power to do this, but I'm just gonna just stand in and just say, I'm sorry, you can't do this. I'm bigger than you, and I can just literally hold you. Just say, sorry, I don't want you to become a police officer anymore. And what are you gonna do? Like if we're just taking it to the most raw point. She's like a 5 foot woman. Not nowhere near as muscly developed as like our man will be, because that's not her job. And this is why the men are bigger, because we're supposed to like be just leading and making decisions and doing this. We're not supposed to be letting her have like. Why is this happening? We need the strong men should not be letting this happen. This is like some weird weak shit that's happened.
Yorkshire police officer Miriam Ilias, 20.
I love him. I love Yorkshire.
Computers to find confidential data and inform her criminal boyfriend about an operation into him.
Yeah. So that's the other fallacy, and the other problem we have now is like pretty much all data we just can't trust, because we have all these like bad actors and people who've just like doctored all the evidence and doctored stuff, and there's absolute reams of evidence of people who've been misprofiled as being the wrong race. How can that happen? Not even how can that happen. How has it happened so much, and why has it only happened to the detriment of white people? It's interesting, isn't it? And it's interesting because you remember 90% of the world does not want white people to exist. 90%, I would say, of the world do not want white people to exist. Chinese, Africans, Muslims, Jews, like some of our women at the moment. Yeah, probably like Mexican and brown people as well. They probably, in general, won't. Everyone's got just a massive chip on their shoulder about it. They all just want it's all crabs in the bucket mentality. They all just want everyone to revert back. And this is why I think there's secretly this asteroid that's going to be here in the next couple of weeks. It's got some big news for us because I think it's probably going to be like an alien species. It's like picking up stuff now, and it's like, hey, guys, you're going to have to do something about this because clearly stuff is going to go wrong at the moment. You've given women power, and they're going to fuck everything. You have to like sort this out, and maybe that would like be enough. Or just then we'll be like, yeah, they're right. And now this like alien intervention has taught us.
It was found that Miss Ilias had used police computer systems to search for details about the man on 3 occasions between March and May of 2025. So he was not in jail, and she decided to go in and help him out by evading arrest and telling him maybe what information they had on him so he could try to skirt the law. Ms. Ilias resigned ahead of her disciplinary hearing yesterday, but the panel ruled that she would have otherwise been fired. Surprise. Her links to the man were identified when he was arrested in June, with officers finding messages between the pair, including pictures of money and chats about illicit substances. The hearing was told that Ms. Ilias failed to notify the force of her relationship to the man when she was recruited in June of 2024, and in January she told investigators she was unaware of his criminal history. Catherine Hankinson, the former deputy chief constable, so another woman, ironically, ruled the messages indicated an existing relationship up to June 2025. She said the officer's conduct had been repeated, sustained, and intense.
Yeah. And this is it. It's our job to stop the women doing this. We should know that women are stupid. And they've been given too much power. And this is essentially what would happen if I gave my 5-year-old son voting powers. This is exactly the sort of stuff that would happen. Right. They would vote in some guy called like Mr. Poohhead because like he's just funny, and they'd do it. And then like he'd just be like, I don't know, some guy just takes heroin all day, and he just like ends up like firing a nuke accidentally into like the Isle of Man or something like that. I'm just saying that this is the kind of shit that's like actually happened because now we've got like a Muslim woman who's like in the Home Office. And I'm just telling you, there's absolutely no way in fuck that the US can trust us because like, I'm pretty sure all of Hamas and all of Islam know where all of our nuclear weapons are. All of the shit that we've got like in our best secure stuff. All of the names of probably like SAS soldiers and stuff because she's gonna have access to all of that, and there's just no way I have any faith that she hasn't done that. Aside from her telling me, but then of course she will. Because what would someone who did do it tell you they had done? they hadn't done it. So what's the point of asking someone that? How am I gonna? And it's not like she can prove that she hasn't done it. So it's just under the best consensus that she's a Muslim and probably will do this because that's what I seem to anecdotally see from all other female Muslim women, is that they just lie through their teeth because they know that Western society will just, then the sisterhood will back them up.
Intentional.
Auto alighting on Black Friday. Pick-up are unlimited, Jane.
Why is this person a police officer? I genuinely mean that from the bottom of my heart. This girl looks to weigh
Baller.
about $1.05, maybe $1.10. For those of you in the UK, that's 50 kilos, roughly.
Yeah,
She looks to weigh about 50 kilos or 110 pounds. She couldn't, like, her hands are so dainty and delicate. I'm 5'6". I go to the gym. I could probably...
Yeah. So what happens, right, is like, I'm not even kidding. Like these women, we know it because we've seen like what porn they watch or read. So they all have like, women have, most of them have, or I think all of them actually. There's like, it's just down to their nature. Like watch animal. Oh, fuck. Oh, nice. Like animals don't really do decorum. And generally, it's just like the strongest male is like the stud. He breeds, and it's the same here. It's like there's like a subset of women. Sorry, a subset of like the top men. Oh shit, who are the ones that are desirable and the ones that women want to breed with. Like there's a loads of blokes who just unfortunately probably won't have that, and that's just the sad reality. And that's the jungle part, you know. But that's exactly the same as any animal ever. So what do I mean? Sorry, what am I talking about? Oh yeah, like I don't know, any animal. Like only the top percentile of animals reproduce. I'm nice and happy because I know I'm part of that, but that's fine. And that is in itself another thing as well. It's just actually people say, "Oh, it's so easy." It's so easy for women to be parents. It's not very easy for men to. That's the actual big fallacy. It's actually a real big win if like a man becomes a parent, like a dad, because it is actually because it does mean the woman has to like generally kind of want your child because there are meal tickets, but sometimes women are just like, if they know the dad is just going to be like a beatnik dad, they'll probably abort it because they'll just know that there's no point because like, the dad's not going to provide any money. He'll just go to prison or something. Like, they'll only want to keep the kid if like you're worthwhile, so like you're a meal ticket, or they want to actually have a family. See what I mean? Women, it's different because any women this is what I said. I said any woman can, unless you're barren. Oh, I didn't. Okay. Any woman can become a parent. Any woman can basically be a mum unless you're like barren, but not every man can become a dad, and that's the fallacy. And it's the same here. It's like, so these women are just like, they want to like have these rough men, and they read this like weird like porn where it's like, oh, okay, fine. It's like the milking table, whatever it is, with these strange like hugely muscular like foreign creatures, black people. But I just don't know why they're in charge of men.
As a matter of fact, I know I bench press way more than her. I could easily pick her up and throw her off of me. Why is this a police officer? I mean, if she's a meter maid, maybe I could understand that. You know, if she's going out giving tickets, but beyond that, there's no way she should be a police officer. Why are we wasting our time? And as far as accountability, Well, before the hearing, she tried to deny wrongdoing, telling the Sun, I was a student officer. I was really new to all this, and I felt like I was expected to know everything straight away. Well, maybe if you're going to be a police officer, maybe knowing you shouldn't be, dating a criminal and giving him cops' information on him, that should be a given. I don't think you should need training on that. And this, from the 28th of November, police chiefs have been urging to overhaul vetting of new recruits after scandals involving female officers.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, there's no real justification for it. It's just women just need to kind of accept that there are just simply differences between men and women that are just biologically different. I don't know why this is so hard. I don't know if it's like COVID just fucked us. Maybe it was COVID. Sick. Huh? Alright. Oh, lick my nose. Sorry. I love poo. That's what the Indians say. Cause Indians love poo in the
Having
loo.
affairs with criminals, including gangland drug lords, campaigners told the Daily Mail that not enough was being done to prevent susceptible young officers signing up only. Then to end in disgrace. So understand that they're putting the onus on the department, not the young
Yeah,
guys.
exactly.
They're saying, well, we're not
It's a men's
doing
fault.
enough to
It's men's fault.
prevent susceptible
It's actually men's
young
fault.
officers.
It's men's
In
fault.
other words, they're susceptible.
Straight white
It's not
men's
their
fault.
fault. They're not
Take this
smart enough. They're
freezer.
not wise enough. They haven't been trained enough to know that breaking the law is bad.
It's
And I've
freezer's
got news
fault.
for you. If you think breaking the law is okay, and then you decide, I want to be a cop, and then they give you training, and you say, oh.
It's what happens when you base your life watching Zootopia. That's probably like it. That's the psyop. She probably did watch like Zootopia, and she thought she was like that little hair. She thought she was. She didn't realize that actually, like in Zootopia, truly, like you'd see like some real shit. You'd see like, yeah, probably like that. You'd see like the polar bear sex child sex, you know, with like the gerbil kids. It'd be like, really sick. Whoa. Yeah, look, because everything's made with like Unreal Engine. Everything's just got like this poo lens on it. I'm not even gonna beat Freezer. That's really sad.
Oh, breaking the law is actually bad. I didn't know that up until the age of 20 years old. Thank goodness you gave me the training. Spoiler alert, that is not somebody you want as a police officer.
Okay, chefs, what are we making today?
Teddy bear pancakes.
And now for this.
Anyway, of course, the rest of this story goes down through the same thing, and there she is kissing her boyfriend after he got arrested. Oh no, this is someone else. This is a different
Yeah, exactly. They love women.
They've got
Man.
twofer. This is a twofer in this story.
Yes.
They say this is the moment Chani Kelly was caught kissing prisoner Josh Whelan at Forest Bank Prison while dressed in police uniform. Is this her? Oh no. Former PC Lorna Pennycock picture raided Westmoreland's police systems 200 times so she could supply information to her professional crook boyfriend.
Yeah, exactly. They're just giving information to like immigrants. The enemies of the worst. And that's exactly what they want to do. They want to keep people like me out of power. Indians and black people. They'll call me racist or wignut. Wignut's their favorite one. Yeah, look at this. Wignut! That should hit him. Wignut! Oh. Oh. Like, all of their favourite celebrities are probably white, but for some reason they don't want any more white celebrities. They want everything to be Wignut. They want everyone to be Neon. And that's why like Neon's famous. If I was the arbiter, I would say no, fuck off Neon, you little ugly asshole. Why are you gonna be famous? No one wants to look at you. You look like an ass. You look like the guy everyone wants to punch. You got like the most fucking smackable face in the world. And it's like again, it's like he's there as a humiliation ritual. That's literally again. It's like, why am I as a white person like being insulted that some fucking loser Indian dude is like, I don't know, got a platform. It's like, what am I even doing here? Am I supposed to like feel intimidated because he's some average looking dude who can like become famous because a bunch of like uggos just decide to vote him up? It's just, that's basically like what it is. Or he's just rich and he's just paid for it, which seems to be the main thing. He's probably just from a rich Indian family, or just got crypto or some shit. He probably got rich from a really like, not a very like, not massively ethical, really like, you know, it has a lot of integrity behind it. It's just like, oh, I got lucky because I invested in a fart coin. Okay, really good. So you just basically got lucky on a Ponzi scheme.
It's a third woman that is using police resources to let their bad boy boyfriends avoid police
Bad boy boyfriend.
capture, I guess. Former police
Ooh,
officer
look, just kicking the nut out of him.
The victims of crime trust charity expressed his dismay at the recent revelations and also suggested Ms. Ilias should have faced criminal investigation.
Hey, eat this, you little pink cunt.
He told the Daily Mail, "This is unacceptable, and it seems like it's happening more and more these days at both the police and the prison services. Such behavior undermines the whole criminal
Yeah,
justice
I know.
system
No.
and also erodes public trust. Young people are being recruited, but the vetting is letting people through that should never be in the police,
Yeah.
especially when they're links to the criminal underworld.
Exactly. This used to be such a common thing. They used to do like absolute really thorough tests when you wanted to join the police. They used to like properly interrogate you. I think like there was like some politician who was like talking about yeah, okay, that's good, that's good. Um he said that no. He had some kind of job which had something to do with looking after or like maintaining something to do with our nuclear arsenal, and he said like they had like numerous meetings where they needed to like verify like where his grandparents came from and stuff, because they wouldn't let you like see any of it unless you were completely 100% British native, because they wouldn't trust you. And that's what I'm saying. Is they don't have that now, because like fucking you've got like a fucking Islam woman, and like she'll know where all the nukes are now. I think she'll probably have access to that. And all of our like top secrets as well. Like anything to do, like James Bond, like MI6, she's head of that, and we're just okay with just giving her that like access. And it's like she's obviously given that information to like the Muslim Brotherhood, so they'll know like when to attack. They'll know exactly like when to like where the nukes are kept and stuff. Nice.
Case, she wasn't arrested or charged, but there are cases that do warrant arrest and imprisonment. So you're going to tell me this female officer...
God, I've been playing for 3 hours. Alright, sack, bro.
...system took police informant or police information about her criminal boyfriend...
Hey, Bud Munch! Nice bike!
...before she could get a disciplinary hearing.
Hey, I'm gonna tell Mrs. Babakis on you. I don't know who Mrs. Babakis is, but she sounds like a right asshole.
Would seem like a pretty simple charge, but let off the hook. Look, if you understand that this is how our system is treating these criminal women...
This isn't his system, this is UK.
Why women are out of control today. They can do illegal things as a...
Yeah. It's not in their best interest to get rid of the women, because the women are useful to them for voting. Like, they want the men to go into prison because then they can't vote. See what I mean? Exactly. Come on, dude. Oh, you can actually go back to this awful. No. You're going down now, Trunks. Oh, I'm on top of the tree. Yes. Look how bent she is.
They can play dumb and get away with it. They can do whatever the heck they want to and just blame it on a man,
Yep.
and they get away with it. That is going to, it's like the child, the spoiled child that is allowed to get away with everything. I know both my nephews were very spoiled children. Now, this is a little bit of an aside story, but it does have directly what's going on here, or has to do with directly what's going on here. My sister and her ex-husband, they got a divorce, and they started playing the contest of who can buy the boys, both my nephews.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Don't be daft. My kids are gonna be learning strict misogyny. I need to teach them. I'll teach them the truth, so I will. My idea is they go back and they talk back to her. They say, why is a woman telling me what to do? And then I'll know that they're the true men. I'll literally just say, I'll be like, when your mum tells you to do stuff, just say to her, like, what does she ever do? And if she says she works, then say, why does she work? Why isn't she still married with daddy? Anyway, let's see what she says. No, just kidding. What's that? He calls daddy a narcissist. Yeah, a lot of women do that. That's weird. It just seems so surprising that there's the narcissism trend mysteriously occurred exactly the same year. Like, this, no fault divorce happened, and money was all in favor. But I tell you, as soon as they abolish, like, as soon as like they stop, if they like there's a law that permitted that like I didn't have to pay like the alimony for my kids, I guarantee my ex-wife, she would give me access to the kids. She'd say, "Can you take them?" And I'd take them. But that's the true reality. That's the true reality, is that most dads would say they'll do that. But the women only are keeping them because there's a meal ticket. It's literally, and we're going to see that. We're going to see, like, as soon as like a new law gets passed, where it says like divorced women are now, they have to like they have to now take care of the kids themselves. They'll just immediately just probably ask the dads. They'll be like, look, if you don't give that, if you don't, they'll be that cold. They'll say, if you don't take the kids, I'm going to adopt them because I can't afford them. Because women put their own needs first. That's literally what they'll say. They'll just say they won't be able to take the brunt, and they'll just adopt them. They'll be happy to do that. And that's why the dads be like, oh my god, no, like, of course, why couldn't you even like suggest your grandparents like look after your parents look after them? They'll just be like, no, sorry, it's divorce. It's literally just like, yeah, adoption. I'm afraid I can't afford to not pay for them. I mean, can I still fuse like that? When you've got two people, can I still fuse? Yeah, like, I'll pick him with that as well. Alright. No, wait, I don't want to pick anymore. Okay. Probably is only him, isn't it?
More goodies, and who can spoil them more, and that's going to be the winning parent, because otherwise the boys smartly would say, well, Dad allows us to do this, and Dad got to do this, and you're the mean parent, and you're the one imposing all the rules. And
Yeah, I mean that's fine, but it's ultimately it's like thinking about like the bigger cause, and that's that we need to remove power from women, because once they learn that, then the boys know that like why they're taking shit from their mum. Then you're thinking, well, if they're going to go into a patriarchal society, it doesn't make any sense that a woman still wants to, does it? Alright, these two should talk. I love like he has like these like leather jeans.
so my sister and her ex got into this competition, and both boys grew up without basically any parenting. They weren't punished for anything, and they got everything that their little hearts desired. Now they're both in their 20s now, and both of them are in jail.
Whoa.
And the odds are one of them, he got out and assaulted a police officer, and now he's back in jail. He might be in jail until his 40s.
What?
He's in his early 20s. That's how bad of a bad guy he is. And this is in upstate New York, which is a very kind of left-leaning area.
I'm from Utica, and I never heard anyone call them steam hams. Well, it's not a Utica thing. It's more of an Albany expression. Oh, right. And see, you call them steamed hams despite the fact they're obviously grilled. Well, I mean, just what?
They go easy on criminals.
Excuse me for a
He
second.
got spoiled, and this is what happened.
Oh,
There are boundaries and rules
kicks
and
him as the
laws
flower
that we must
god.
follow. And these women are doing the exact same thing. Because if you hear of this story,
Oh.
and now, granted, this one was jailed after being caught kissing an inmate. When so many of them are getting let off the hook, is there any wonder why so many women
That's
are
a
just
lot
going
of
crazy thinking, well, rules don't apply to me. I can do whatever I want.
It is so true. Like, women are just essentially allowed to do whatever, and it's just like absolute. And it's again, as I told you, it's because it serves their benefit not to have women in prison, because they need the women because they're easily manipulated to vote. You don't want straight white men out voting, because they're not going to vote for like immigrants and Democrats. They're going to vote for like Republican stuff. Because that's pretty much what we just ascertained, isn't it? It's just like basically Democrats are all just like immigrants, people of color, the gays. It's the victimization groups. Actually, I'm not going to do that. Victimization groups. The gimmies. I'm a victim. Those guys. Mm-mm. Mm? He just bitch whipped me with his sword. Oh, you motherfucker. Yeah. Final wank. You reckon? Oh, you little shit. Ah. Pay attention. I don't think I can. Oh wait, no, I can. Yeah, I can. Here I come. I'm gonna come. Ooh, just made him look a right bitch. Make him look an absolute prick. Huh? That's what I think of this game. Die, die, die. Fuck them.
And who cares? And what are you going to do about it? If they're that crazy with us in the dating world, what do you think they're like? Because they're treated like heroes even after they've done something wrong in their jobs.
Yeah, exactly.
They continue on here. Other cases include that of a corrupt female
Oh,
police
that's not
officer
gonna hurt.
filmed passionately kissing her inmate lover in a prison waiting room while still in.
Can I tell you as well, like, when I've worked with women as well, there is like a weird sexual, like, it's not supposed to be. What I'm saying is, it's like, it's just apparent that like men and women aren't really supposed to work together because there's just always a sexual connection. It doesn't matter like what environment you're in. If you're like a straight white man and then you're like interacting with straight white women, you're always in the back of your head, no matter what you're doing, you've just got this opinion of just like, this woman could potentially be a mate of mine. Do you see what I'm saying? It's very, I'm just trying to like, explain this in like the most autistic way, but it's true. And it's very distracting. Because then you've got like other caveats as well. It's like, you know, what if you've got like a slutty boss who dresses up like in a certain, you just see what's out, and it's like, or she's into that stuff, and she's, and that's just what the problem is. It's just like you've got these women, and they just kind of like, they're not, I don't know what they're doing. They're not like really coming to work. They just want validation from men, or like to be a victim, to get like essayed and become a victim.
As they carried out
Oh my god.
fling in plain sight. Well, how secret was it if they were on camera?
Yeah.
And she's in her uniform. The spoiler alert: if
Hey,
you're the
catch.
authority or you're the warden of the prison, this should not come as a surprise to you. Like if this is happening under your watch, you need to be fired too, because none of this should be happening. This is the whole erosion of the system that drives me
Yeah,
crazy.
exactly.
This is why I think so many people are pissed off and upset about everything. Corporations get away with...
It's not. It's straight white men are pissed off at things. Indians love it. Black people love it. Muslims love it. Anything to do with the destruction of the West, love it. People like me, we're the ones who are fucked off, and we're not allowed to complain about it. Otherwise, they call us like racist, or probably say that immigrants hate us or something. But immigrants do hate us, and they should hate us. Because if they think the atom bomb's impressive, wait until I show them what bomb I've got. Actually, I'm joking. I don't know what that means. I got Love Bob. Come and get your love. Come and get your love. Okay. Come and get your love. Come and get your love. Come and get your love now. Come and get your love. How long have I been playing for? 3.5 hours. Hang on, wait. When did she talk to me, chat? Nah. Come and get my love.
With horrible things, and the fines they pay are nothing. Politicians get away with things, and they're never held accountable. You've got, in this case, police officers, teachers being inappropriate with students. You've got all this stuff going on, and no one is held responsible for any of it. And then we have a lawless society where no one gives a crap about their fellow man, and everything goes to hell, and people are surprised everything's going to shit. Well, it's because we're allowing people to we're allowing the crazy people to rule the asylum. The monkeys are now in charge of the circus. And until we bring this back in, things are just going to continue to get worse.
This is what I mean. I'm not even going to ridicule this guy because he's really smart. This is what I'm saying. He's like a smart guy. That's why I don't like. It's like people just hate smart people because they intimidate them. But it's true. The time is now, and I'm holding on. I'm gonna be your number one. It's just funny because there's like, there's a lyric.
I do not understand these women are so easily manipulated. And it's not just it's not just the hooking up, it's not just doing things for these boyfriends, but let's face it, being a police officer as a female, being a prison guard as a female is a direct single woman to bad boy pipeline.
Yeah.
It's literally like letting the fat kid into camp
Mhm.
and opening the doors to tables.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was saying about like me being like the guard to the OnlyFans. Like, it's like them. Oh, looks like the camera's all broken. It's just not a good idea.
Of cookies, ice cream, and chocolate cake. That's what you're doing with these
Wait,
women.
what are you again?
And we're getting mentally unstable women that really like the bad boy, and then they're hooking up with him because they have no self-control. And then we don't hold them accountable for it. Here's another good example. Now, this doesn't have anything to do with hooking up with anybody, but it shows you the type of people that we're allowing to be police officers now, whether it's in Canada, the UK, here in the United States, Australia, Germany, France. There's many other countries I could list, but those are the ones I've seen the stories off of just at the top of this week. Just in New Jersey, police officer snaps after seeing her ex with a new girlfriend. A Toms River cop just pled guilty after breaking into her ex's house, smashing windows with a baton, attacking the new girlfriend, destroying property, resisting arrest, and threatening to burn the house down.
Send a free gift secretly to someone special.
Let me pull this into full screen so you can enjoy it with me. This is what I'm talking about, man. This is just crazy. Why are these people police officers? Why are we not doing any vetting? Probably because the good cops left. You know, during the jab and the lockdown and all that stuff, and the cops were told, if you don't take the jab, we're going to fire you. Good cops left. Then you get a DEI hire as your police chief. Some female doesn't know what she's doing, and she says that they're going to keep repeatedly releasing criminals with the judicial system, repeatedly releasing criminals, and cops are like, the good cops are like, why am I going to keep risking my own safety and my own job and maybe being accused of something if you're just going to keep, like, everybody I arrest, you let them back out again? The good cops have just left. I think that's
Take
what
my
it is.
nut.
And now you're left scraping the barrel of the dregs of society to get anybody in that'll do the job.
I get it. I know
What?
the sensitivity of this, but she's got to come out of my house. What'd she break? Front door.
He said she took a baton and broke in the front door. It's a
Yeah,
glass
exactly.
front
They're all
door,
insane.
and, yep, it is smashed in.
They all get to be men for a bit, and look what they do.
Right there, the style.
They like watch like what they think men do, and they just think men are just like tyrants. And they all turn into like mini tyrants.
You need to come here right now. Boy, he smashed his front door in.
Oops, she just admitted to smashing
Yeah.
the front door in front of other police officers. Well, that's not...
Brat Hot Girl
she's
Summer.
not
Brat Hot Girl Summer. Dude, this is just Brat Hot Girl Summer, dude. Brat Hot Girl Summer. I mean... oh, this is bullshit. Exactly. You want to shut them your front date. Huh? Yeah, that's more like it. Oh, just cracked sells little nut. Interesting. That's the right time to split it. Yeah, that's what
smart individual, I think you could tell. Oh, cops are here. Let me just confess to
Oh, yeah.
everything I just did.
I'm gonna be here. I have not a problem. If he was a liar and didn't have all my belongings in here, and
Decent.
I'm calling my mother. For what? Criminal mischief?
Yeah.
So criminal mischief isn't an arrestable offense. Hold on, I'm cold. First of all,
Stop. Please stop.
Please stop, please.
Look how nice they're being to her, even though she's being unreasonable.
Yeah, I know. Women can do
She's like,
whatever.
well,
they like.
criminal, that's not a
What?
arrestable offense. And then he's like, well, breaking and entering. Now, of course, this is New Jersey, so I'm sure she'll be let off the hook without actually spending any time behind bars.
Yeah, women never go to prison. That's the whole
But
point.
notice she still blamed it on the guy. Well, if he wasn't a
Remember,
liar,
it's brat
didn't
hot
have
girl.
my
Remember, it's
dog, my
all
stuff,
white men.
none of
White
this would
men are
happen.
the ones
It's
who
his
get
fault, you
all
see.
the benefits. By the way,
So even
white
even if
men
you're
are the
saying
ones
she
who
broke
get.
in the front door, still can't take accountability for
No,
what she did. I mean,
no.
am I right?
Yeah,
we're gonna go when I get on my
brat hot girl summer.
Let me tell you how this is gonna go. Good job.
Okay, give me a second.
We're not going to give you a
Yes, you are. I'm calling my PBA. I don't go to the street.
Brat hot girl summer. This is when you let Indians talk to you. Women. My fat queen, you say whatever you like. You can do what you want. Exactly. What happens to you, my fat queen. Say whatever you like. White men are just trash. Now send me Bob and Virgin. Oh, you got the black guys. Let me look. I don't. What? He literally stood in there. I saw his fucking silhouette. Oh, shut my ass. Oh. He just got it. It just like it winded him. Go on, Jesus. I mean, that is quite accurate. He probably would punch him and he would just explode. If we were doing like realistic mode. No fucking out.
What the are you doing? What are you doing?
It finally took
Brat hot
one
girl summer.
officer, probably the sergeant or somebody that's in charge. It's like, we're not doing this, guys. Like, cuff her. Let's go. She broke the law. She smashed in someone's house, breaking and entering. Just because she's a cop, we're not going to stand around and let her call her PBA, which is.
Yeah, because you have like Indian, like Cash Patel probably thinks it's hot.
It's probably her union rep. And they're like, at least
Or Cash
one
Patel
cop
would take a
finally got
bribe.
the
He would just
testicular
like.
fortitude to be like, okay, let's do this.
Stop resisting.
Are you kidding me? I'm
Oh,
not
yeah.
resisting. You just stand up and grab my
Grab my junk.
I like.
Brat hot girl summer.
I'm not resisting as she's trying
Brat
to
hot
yank
girl
her
summer.
hands free from the police officers trying to restrain her. Just
Yeah.
life could be so easy if you're not stupid like this.
Yeah, right.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. Yeah, lick my nut.
I'm fine. I was calling my PBA wrong.
Brat hot girl summer.
Give me my fucking phone so I can call my mother.
He's so rude.
No, you can give me my phone.
Yeah, you can give him my phone, man.
Still telling everybody
Yeah,
what's gonna
exactly.
happen. She's in handcuffs, surrounded by 4 cops, and she's like, no, this is what's going to happen. Spoiler alert, no, that's,
Ooh.
whatever you want is not going to happen.
Just fucking chunked Gohan.
She said, I'm going to burn your house down next.
Burn your house
Well,
down.
let's find out what happened here. From the New York Post, New Jersey cops
Women tell me they're gonna do burn my house down all the time.
Ranting and cursing at cops who just came to arrest her in a new video. You'd never guess it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is a picture of her. If you're out at the now, granted,
Yeah, exactly.
the hair's all slicked back and everything, right? But you'd never guess that if you were out at a bar, or
Hot brat hot girl
and
summer.
you saw a gal that looked like this, but her hair was done nicely, and she's got makeup on, and she's wearing a pretty summer dress. You'd never realize that she would
Yeah,
absolutely
exactly.
ruin her life.
Women are just like monsters. They are literally monsters. They're just toddlers. You should never have power. That's the whole story of Adam and Eve. You just don't give women fucking any power because they're just absolute mongrels. Take this, drugs. I love cotton. Oh my god, I didn't win. Oh! Okay, we'll do one. I mean, this is nearly finished, dude. I'll do like one more. I've been playing fucking astonishing. I said I couldn't do more than like 5 hours. Oh, the Danny Phantom characters look fucked. Again, who made these? Wait, no. Wait, where's my camera? Wait, no. Can I just say, by the way, anyone who said wig nut, anyone who said wig nut in this chat, I'll ban you. Alright? Don't be like racist. I'm allowed to say it. But I'm going to put some rules because I'm not allowed to say certain words and you're not allowed to say certain words. I can say wig nut. I don't think you can say it. Indians shouldn't say it. Black people shouldn't say it. Wig nut. My Indian barber said that white people are too paranoid. He said that we're probably just like.
Arsenal in the night.
Oh, why is there women yelling at me? I wouldn't go that far. That is quite worrying, actually. He was probably on the money. Alright, Jiren. Yeah, let's do Jiren and the other dude. Come on, man. Look at his giant guards. Alright.
And about 15 minutes flat if she got mad at you. Alright, I had to do a little digging, but we actually found the charges. Tom's River Cop admits assault. She
That's what I think of this game.
has,
Sticky but
pled guilty on Monday to burglary, criminal
Bugger.
mischief, and
No.
simple assault before the Superior Court Judge Guy. At her sentencing, which is currently scheduled for January 16th, prosecutors will seek a term of 180 days in the county jail as a condition of probation. They'll also seek an order of no contact with the couple and restitution for the damage done. Chief Assistant Prosecutor Michael Abedten-Marco is in charge of the case. So we'll find out if she's going to be sentenced.
give me all you got. Jiren was just such a no character, wasn't it? He was just a. And his story wasn't even that interesting. It was just like his planet got destroyed or something, and then it wasn't known if it's like his race. Although that doesn't make any sense because his race can't have been that strong because they got wiped out. But like he seems to have been like born with like latent powers. And I've got like no qualm with that, but it's just there's always questions like who the fuck is Jiren? Like what is his race? Like you see what I mean? The difference with like this is why I'm showing you like the truth. Like what is why do you like relate to Goku is because he's kind of got like human you know he's kind of got like human values, doesn't he? But like we don't know anything about this Jiren dude. We don't know anything about his planet. They might like having sex with young people. We don't know that. That's what I'm saying.
The Daily Mail
You know
a few
Goku
months
doesn't.
ago, before many of these instances I just read to you.
Just fuck
One
them.
female prison officer sacked nearly every month over flings with male inmates, prompting questions over whether they can be trusted in jails holding the opposite sex. It all boils down to this, okay?
We can't miss a life-saving moment.
Yeah, women just can't help being the
By
victims.
conflicts and natural disasters.
All of these women, right? None of them have good character, period. None of them have good character to begin with. And then you look at half of them, and they're petite, tiny, little women that could not hold their own when it comes to
Look how
making
terrible
arrests
that
or
is.
having any physical altercations with anybody. I mean, this girl they couldn't stop me on a bad day, and I'm 35 years older than, 33 years older than her, and out of shape. She couldn't hold a candle. I could throw her around like a rag doll. But the point
Wow.
is, they shouldn't be police officers because of that. And it's really simple if you think about it. Number one, they can't be trusted, obviously. Number two, if I can physically overwhelm them, that means we've escalated beyond number one, physical restraint. Like women can't physically restrain me, or you, or probably anybody else. So you move
My
past
God.
physical restraint. spray or
Yes,
something really. Well, if we're in close proximity, you can't use the
Yes.
chemical spray. If we're in close proximity, you can't really use the taser because a lot of times, if you're wearing a double layer of thick clothing, it works if you're wearing a t-shirt. But if you're wearing a puffy
Unfathomably
jacket or it's
sure.
wintertime outside, or they just plain miss, taser does nothing. What's the next option? Pulling out their hole puncher. So the likelihood of actually getting...
Good lord. Oh god. Oh my lord. Fair enough, alright.
being shot by a cop goes up exponentially if it's a woman because they have no other de-escalation tools. And it's happened multiple times. So you add in that they can't de-escalate a situation, they can't physically do anything forceful, they're almost immediately going to have to go for the hole puncher. And the only way that they're basically can police is at the will or the goodwill of the citizenry. Because if citizens said, no, you don't get to be a police officer today, I'm not allowing you to police officer me, then she's going to end up going face down in the dirt, get her taser stolen, getting her hole puncher stolen, and now there's a criminal on the loose that has and probably her car keys, and now you lose a vehicle. Like, none of this makes sense from any angle. You can't trust them to defend themselves. You can't trust them to defend a partner. You can't trust them not to hook up with prisoners. So a small percentage of women are really ruining people's belief and trust in the whole entire system.
God.
And so for the article that wrote up, hey, maybe we can't trust these women. Not just in jails with the opposite sex, but they shouldn't be they shouldn't be cops at all. They just shouldn't be. If any of you have any proof to the contrary, please leave it down in the comments.
That's the end, dude.
I'd love to hear your opinion on it. And of course, I will most likely disregard it anyway.
Oh.
Discover the joy of playtime cooking with Kitchen Corner Wooden Play Kitchen. Perfectly.
The rehearsal.
Dude, this is the guy who
Nathan
plays the
Fielder.
game.
I haven't seen the whole thing, but I thought it was really funny that one guy that they got on there that had a meaning for every number. It was all the time he was pointing out the different numbers he saw and what they made. Or what they meant, I mean. I should really watch the rest of that show. Or at least the rest of Nathan For You, because Nathan For You was the funniest shit, dude. But I think there's an entire season I haven't seen. Friend made a website that calculates your age in days and interesting facts about that number. Huh.
Yeah, this guy is nearly at the end.
Chair Company. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, this guy is nearly at the end of his stream, and he's done just 70 hours.
I don't go for it, Cornfed. Not on PC. I don't know how to do it on PC, so I just
Doo-doo. I'll watch him over there, I think. I mean, to be fair, I'm yeah, let's do it.
Ethan Klein would feel if he ever actually went out in public and people showed up to him, people rolled up to him and started screaming about how he was pro-Israel.
Yeah.
He killed his own dog by
Yay!
Ooh. And then I posted it on my Instagram story celebrating. He'd probably have an aneurysm, right? I mean, I would never do that.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have an aneurysm because you need to have a brain for an aneurysm. Ooh, eat that, you big piece of cum.
But just think for a moment.
You big freak. Look at him, he looks like a giant child. Alright, one more. I should really quit now, but why not? It's not that late. Let me go on X quick. I'm gonna tell people to go lick my nut. Oops.
Welcome to day 4 of becoming the person who I want to be.
I shouldn't, no.
Oh,
no, I don't want to see this.
Dream of living a life as great as I know who I am. I feel confident in the choice. As I've made in my life. At the end of the day, it's my life, not yours. My kids are happy because my kids are my whole world. It means I am happy. I'm also working at paying more attention to people who say nice and letting those carry more weight in my life. So thank you to everybody who's been good. There are way more of you than the people who hate. Still fuck you guys who hate me. There's really no reason for it. But you do. If hating me makes you hate yourself less, then go ahead. Anyway, after I dropped off my daughter at school, I went to LA.
It is insane. The women are actually insane. I could write a book about it, but I don't even care. You know what? It's not even that I want money, because I don't care about money. I just don't even care to write it, because I just can't be bothered. That's it. Like, you offer me, you don't provide me anything enough that I want. That's it. I don't care about the money. Money's bullshit. What am I gonna do with it? Just live in a bigger house. Yay. What? Eat slightly better food. Okay. See what I'm saying? I don't need it. I don't need your shitty money, you little freaks. And the public wants what the public gets, and I don't care what the bloody says. Oh, I need to give you girls some more water. Alright, I'll do that anyway. I'm living underground, going underground, and the boys all go, and the boys all sing, and the mamo, na 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 na. Nicholas Diorio is fat, and he smells like dick. His son is a total dick.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at our next segment for tonight, Hassan Piker.
Nicholas Diorio can kiss my balls, suck my nut, and touch my dick.
Now, I don't understand it. We're going to look at it together. But my question is, why is this being compared to Emaru getting sexually assaulted?
Oh, I don't know. I just don't. Why are you giving him so much time? You know he's a fucking Muslim. I know he can't say that, but it's just true. It's just true. Yeah, why not? That's probably rude. want to be a wig nut across the USA. You can be the biggest wig nut. I'm sorry, I just don't hate. I hate big heads.
Compared to like IRL events that could harm like watching Nicholas Diori. I don't know if it's been compared to Charlie Kirk yet, but it probably.
I'll take that, Nicholas McNuckhole.
I thought the expected thing for IRL streaming is that like potentially you could get stream sniped in real life. Not like literally sniped, but like you're streaming your public location. This is something that happens to a lot of people. Ooh. So I'm very confused at why it's like the worst thing that's ever happened.
Nice.
Like, yeah, it's actually fucking crazy how hard people are going on this. So this is the clip. This is apparently the worst fucking thing that's ever happened in the history of society. Let me put on some adequate music.
Oh, I mean, I don't know what to say. This sounds just not a good actor, is he?
Here, so you guys can really understand the severity of what we're going to be watching right now. Hassan Piker was violated, like, in the public.
Bet Victor. New customers can get £30 in bonuses and 30 free spins when you wager £10.
Uh-oh.
Spin on exclusive games.
Oh, yeah. Huh? Oh, yeah. Oh. Interesting. Free Gaia.
Bro, this
Oh,
is
yeah.
apparently the worst thing that's ever happened.
Yeah,
this is akin to swatting. This is worse than CPS. This was an attempt on his manhood.
Yeah, this is why you can't trust immigrants. Because they'll just say anything they can. Anything.
So he hid this behind a little red book, pulled out a clip of Mortal Kombat Hassan electrocuting his dog. Hassan is standing there unknowingly thinking he's taking a picture with a fan. Hey, free Kaya.
Free Gaia.
And then he goes to shake his hand anyway.
Free Gaia. Who's Gaia? Yeah, look. Just fuck them. Fuck them. Damn. Just tanked him. Ooh.
Sees what's there, and now Hassan has to play this off because the guy he's with has no idea what's happening.
I got a KFC and Dickham.
Celebrating next segment with KFC.
Thank you. And you can see he's fucking livid.
Jesus, I'll tell you what, the power of...
Now, I'll just say right out in front, I don't want anybody who watches me doing this. Don't touch the...
Oh, that's fucked.
This stuff. I don't think stream snipers are good people or inherently normal, but I will say that, well, I did go meet Keemstar in real life at Adventureland, so I'd be kind of a hypocrite.
What does that mean?
This is the worst thing that's ever happened. I obviously had good intentions. Not everybody would. You know know what I mean? But it's a fucking stream site. Don't IRL stream if you don't want this to happen to you. That's the only way to prevent it, right? You're in a public setting, showing your
Yeah,
live location.
exactly.
Yeah, but you're a YouTuber? No, I wasn't back then. No, I wasn't. I was a co-host for Tommy C, and I got invited to a G Fuel event, and I went there because I knew he was there. And I was like, hi, I'm Tommy C's co-host, and I shook his hand, and he got all scared. But obviously, I had...
What? Ooh.
good intentions, and I had no problem with him. Yeah. It was very. I mean, it was funny. I took a picture with him. I posted it in the Discord, and everyone told me I was a gay off my Keemstar. And I was there to sabotage Tommy or something.
Oh shit.
The best thing I did was record him. He goes first shot, and he was throwing.
This might not get him.
He must have filmed it like 15 times in a row, and we posted the one where he finally hit it. And then later on, I just posted the rest of it where he missed it like 15 consecutive times.
Yeah, I don't have my phone with me.
Yeah, again, if you want people not to do stuff like this, you shouldn't get on stream and compare. Like you're gonna see all the stuff he said. It's absolutely outrageous. But if you want people not to stream snipe you in your IRL events, you're doing a really bad job. You're drawing a fuckload of attention to this relatively harmless event. That old guy complimenting social media for allowing Hassan to meet his fans to the cherry on top. Oh, this is a longer one.
Power of Jesus. I'll tell you what. The power of social media.
I'm a bit blown away that people are coming out to say hello to you.
Yeah, it's hilarious. The old guy had no clue it was a troll, and his son.
That was real good. Oh shit. Oh yeah. Just kicks his giant ass back. That's gonna be it, guys.